Good afternoon to you all. Daniel Miller here. How is everybody doing on this very drizzly, soggy, damp, dark, miserable Thursday in the London suburbs? We are yet again enduring a bit more rain, a bit more misery, a bit more autumnal type of mist. A bit of fog at night, I have to say. I've seen it every day when I was coming back from my dinner. For all of you who are regulars, you'll know that I walk every day to the place where I had my dinner for about an hour. And the place is in a neighbouring town, so I have a wonderful riverside walk, which is keeping me very healthy, fit and alert. And then I walk back. So altogether we are talking about 6 to 7 miles of, perhaps even 8 miles of regular walking. And I obviously encounter all kinds of activities at night, as this is a riverside walk, and we get a bit of fog, a bit of mist, sometimes some friendly animals, and all of that is quite adventurous. I really appreciate it. I feel blessed and privileged to be able to do that during these very dark times of global pandemic. You will know that our radius of movement is really greatly restricted, and as I live near our major nature reserve, I have the privilege of being able to use it. So we are not really very well populated, we are not really particularly urban, although we live in a city, and it's a privilege really to be able to enjoy the nature. I had 3 months of quarantine where I literally stayed indoors 24/7 just to nip out after 11 o'clock at night, even sometimes after midnight, to make sure that there was not a living soul in sight. And indeed there wasn't a living soul in sight. It was just rabbits and some foxes. Birds were already asleep. There was literally nobody and nothing around. And for 3 months we've had a complete standstill of the transport. In the area where I live, we are not too far from some of the bigger airports, and you actually could hear no planes because all the planes were grounded. We had no flights. There was no traffic. The motorway, our A10 for instance, was completely dead. At night you could literally walk on it. There wouldn't be a single vehicle passing you by. It did happen a couple of times. I walked from my town to the next one, Saturday or Friday night between 8 and 10, 45-50 minute walk. Not a single vehicle in sight, not a living soul in sight. And unfortunately, I think we are progressing down this route yet again. We have a very large, very significant surge on the new cases in Britain, and we've heard yesterday from the authorities, from the Prime Minister and the rest of the entities, the scientists that monitor the pandemic, that there's actually not any other alternative. We have got to really resort to another brutal lockdown, first of all regionally, but if the figures do not improve, we'll have to go on a national one, and London is going to be placed in tier 2, which is very serious. It's not really the most severe, because with the level 3 it would be an automatic lockdown of all activities, ceasing to be operating immediately but the very essential services. So we're all prepared for that, and I think it's quite good from the ministers and the government to be telling us all about that in advance, albeit just a couple of days prior to the actual measures being applied. But we know full well that it's happening everywhere in Europe, and the pandemic is extremely deadly. We are likely to be seeing many more people, sadly, departing as the result really of this dreadful disease. And it's very possible that in addition to the fact that we've got some good medication that could be applied, the figures of the departed will be on an increase and rising. I'm certainly hoping that they will not be bypassing the ones we've had in March and April, perhaps May as well, as they were extremely lethal here in Britain. We've lost more than 60,000 people so far, and they were all types really, people of all ages, all kind of backgrounds. The virus is completely indiscriminate and attacks everyone. So what's important is to be adhering to the rules, and you have got to be wearing a mask wherever you go. Remember that. Sometimes if you live in a block of flats, perhaps it might be a good idea for you to wear a mask indoors as well. It will not protect you 100%, but it certainly will minimize 75% of the regular kind of contamination capacities, the possibilities, because we know that it's being transmitted mainly through the droplets. You have got to be washing your hands all the time, keeping up the hygiene standards to the highest degree, and just make sure that you prevent any form of intake through basically through your mouth, as you would be putting your fingers in your face, or do some eating, and all of that needs to be very, very strictly observed. So remember that, very, very important, in addition to obviously social distancing. If you're up and about, I actually advise everyone to stay indoors as much as possible, exercise at home, get some fresh air when you can, and make sure you're not socializing, you're not meeting your friends, and you're staying away from the crowds. That's absolutely pivotal. Anyway, this is the best possible time for us to be playing video games, and not just playing them, but actually engaging with our communities worldwide. As you know, we have several communities here on Xbox. I will tell you a bit more about one of the latest that's been conceived a couple of months ago. I've not talked about it much here, as I had not participated, but we are going to be approaching that community, and we are going to be doing some streams and Xbox ambassador type of community-based activity in the very near future, and that's all in anticipation of the new console, of the Beyond Light Destiny 2 release on the 10th of November, because we really want our community to be growing. We want it to be very much tied not just to all the services on Xbox, but also cross-platform, people who are on PCs and PlayStation, etc., to be able to join us and discuss everything they like doing the best. I think from the experiments I've had on the channel during the last 6 months, I'm fully aware of the fact that variety streams and the engagement in various communities doesn't really work. The reason for that is simple, a bit like when people go to cinema. They will watch a particular kind of genre, particular kind of film they really like, and Twitch streams are all about engagement with other people who love a particular game. So if you're a Fallout fan, if you love Red Dead, if you're a Destiny veteran, you want to be there to watch that game with people who are enjoying it, and also people who are very knowledgeable on the game. Destiny and Red Dead and Fallout, these are like massive open world games with loads of different avenues of gameplay. You really want to be joining hands with others, you want to be learning about what to do. You also want to be absolutely in sync with all that is unraveling before you, because you're always getting some new content. Seasonal rewards, you have weekly conquests, you have all sorts of things which you can engage with, and most importantly, you've got to do it together with others, right? Doing it by yourself is no fun, really. It's very solitary, and I think solitary gaming belongs to the 90s, when you kind of started out on our PCs before we had multiplayer and all the other good communications hubs that are present today. We really want to be doing the battles in squads. We want to have people together, and that's what we've done here, particularly with Destiny 1, I have to say. Destiny 2 didn't really pick up in such way here, although I had the same veterans on the days where I would be swinging from Destiny 1 to Destiny 2. We'd have the same people coming to the stream of the sequel, joining hands, and then doing some of the missions. But that's not happened in kind of recent weeks and months. Not sure why, hard to tell. But my feeling is, after talking to some of our veterans during the last few days, in fact, that they got a bit saturated with all that Destiny is offering. And they felt that doing yet another Season of the Lost was a lengthy grind, didn't provide really particularly good rewards. They already had everything from last year, etc., etc. And also the activity during the last 2 seasons was somewhat repetitive, it has to be said, because Bungie staff are working from home. They did not work on some novel and extra content, as all of the time and effort's been dedicated to Beyond Light. So 2 seasons really, the ones we've had from was it June and February, had really not delivered. That's been the overall feeling, and I personally feel that perhaps we are setting up too high expectations in view of the year 2 seasons and all being enjoyed there. For me, it was actually they've overdone it. There was too much content, there were too many things to do, and that's not really for me. I really want to have some degree of modesty in terms of what I need to be doing, because otherwise it becomes a very, very lengthy exercise with a lot of time dedicated to the game, and for anyone who really follows the industry leads, it becomes more difficult to really be fully on board with everything else that takes place, basically, namely other games and other developments coming from other major companies. So we all want to be, first of all, having a very, very good way in, and we also want to be doing the activities which are perhaps not overwhelming. So that is of essence. We are all looking forward to that Beyond Light, and I'm also very excited to see that with those new game forums that are popping up on Xbox, we are likely to be gaining some new followers and new members here on this channel, and also within the Destiny community. So I'll tell you a bit more about it. The channels have been, the activities have been promoted a little while back, but I didn't really spend a lot of time on that information because just the overall activity has been somewhat hectic. But the club that I have introduced is called the Xbox Community Club, and if you wonder what this is about Xbox ambassadors, people who are dedicated to Xbox gaming overall, people who are subscribing to the Ultimate, having access to all the games that are instantly accessible there, and those who are really passionate about, first of all, gaming, video gaming overall, and we have many people like that here following the channel and popping in every day to say hello. And then those who are really interested in making new connections, bonds, and people who love communicating with other like-minded souls from other countries, from anywhere around the world. So this is what this Community Game Club is about. It's tied into the ambassadors because the ambassadors will have their kind of weekly and monthly quests, and the quests are tied in with a particular selection of games accessible on Xbox Game Pass for free, if you are subscribed obviously, and you will just download these games and then you will try them, and then through the activity you will be connecting with others who are also experiencing it. Most importantly, if you're a streamer, you can be streaming and then advertising your overall activity through various Xbox ambassador forums. They include also @Xbox on Twitter, and then you'll get some people popping in saying hello and discussing it. So it's a very good concept. It is certainly not particularly novel. We've seen that before with other forums. The difficulty there is, I've seen, for instance, the game that they're offering this month, and these are the games that come from the indie developers. And we have also, a couple of months ago, they were introducing Grounded, a very good Obsidian game, which is offered as a kind of game preview, in a game preview format on the Game Pass. I really wonder whether lots of people will want to be playing it in that forum, whether they will want to be communicating. I think overall experience that I had so far was that people will have a look at it and then perhaps not engage. Nevertheless, it's a forum that will depend on whatever you basically provide. If you provide Destiny, evidently many more people will come in. But then on the other hand, it would be a bit strange, wouldn't it? Because the forum is for people to kind of get to know about all the games that are there. So there will be some blockbusters, but you'll get also some quirky indie titles and the games you've not heard of, because they want to be promoted. You want people to try out some quirky platformers, and you want to find out for yourself what these games are like. I certainly massively enjoyed everything that is on the Game Pass, and also PlayStation Now services, the instant gaming streaming services on two platforms. I find those platforms to be the next gen kind of things on offer. You are able to access the games immediately on a flat price, which is basically a monthly fee. And there's so many games to choose from. I think the Game Pass is perhaps a step up in terms of the quality on the technical front, and also they have many more AAA blockbusters. They have a greater rotation of the games as well. And also what they do have is that every single game has got to be downloaded to your console, which means you will have a perfect audiovisual display compared to PS Now, but that not always is the case. Lots of games, I think about 70% on the PS Now services, are not downloadable. You can just stream them through the server, and I don't really like that. On one hand, I really like the fact I can just demo them. I can run to the game and have a look at it just for half an hour to find out whether I like it or not. I don't have to be downloading and waiting for the downloads and all this. Particularly the games are massive, which is the case with the AAA blockbusters. But on the technical front, the streaming doesn't really perform as well on PS Now, and on the other hand, the trouble there is that if you're a streamer like myself, if you're doing regular daily broadcasts, then you can't stream that game. And and they don't have the kind of a community game club like the Xbox Now, and that is, I guess, a major thumbs down as far as the PS is concerned. I was hoping that with new console they would look into some of these things, but that's not happening. It's still, it's still kind of confined to fire teams within Call of Duty or PUBG and people who would have been meeting each other through Instagram or unrelated forums. The actual community activity on PlayStation So the apps and the overall integration is not as advanced, and it is seriously lagging. And also, I think from the point of view they're not looking at backward compatibility for all the titles, they will lose out in a medium term massively, because with the new console we'll get a full backward compatibility on Xbox, which is tremendous. I mean, for all of us who've been gaming for kind of 18 plus years on the console, we have many games on discs that we actually do not want to be purchasing again. We got the game, we want to be able to play it on the console, and that is now going to be possible. To be fair, 70% of the games overall that Xbox released already are backward compatible, but we're going to get extra 30, and every single game in the medium term will be instantly accessible without any undue extra cost. I also hope that we will do away with these licensing agreements where you need to be sticking a disc in, because I have like thousands of games on discs, and I can't be carrying these games from the world if I'm traveling. But the xCloud will give you the ability to access your games and your console from wherever you are. So, I mean, incidentally, if you've got all the games on your console, you should be able to access it through the xCloud. But the trick there at the moment on Xbox One is you can't really do that with physical products. You can do that with digital downloads, and that's just a no-no. It's a non-starter. It will be resolved, I'm certain, in no time, once the tech allows it, and also once the legislature allows this, because it's all about licensing and the ownership. The idea is once you stick to the skin, you actually confirm you're the legal owner of a proper, legally purchased copy, which may not be the case in some other circumstances. But if all of that content is being copied onto the console and then transferred to the xCloud, surely there should be no need for us to be doing it again and again with the discs in hand, and it will be of a great concern to all gamers worldwide, I think, if the service was not really looking into this. So coming back to the community club, I'll give you a bit about this. As Xbox ambassadors, we all are about creating welcoming and inclusive places for all gamers. I certainly am. Everyone who's been coming to my channel for the last 2 years will tell you this has been a very friendly community-based channel, very much based on the content that is family-friendly, that is sociable, that is there in order to connect with other like-minded souls worldwide. And we've seen among the Destiny veterans there had been quite a few people who played other games, and people who were doing Halo and Fallout and Red Dead, and very frequently from some of the veterans, perhaps more mature gamers, I would get some excellent recommendations on the games I've never played before, and I was given about 2 or 3 platformers and the older PC games that Deployman, our friend from Australia, New Zealand, I think, was providing us with, and absolutely fantastic recommendations. So it's a forum where you are going to be engaging with others and discussing everything gaming related, and so we are always looking for new ways to bring the Xbox community together. So a couple of months ago, Microsoft decided that they will be creating this new Xbox Community Game Club. It's aligned with the Game Pass, and it will be a big thing as we progress to the next console. It will be like our own Facebook, where we are connecting with others who are doing the same game. I think it's very good. I really kind of looked forward to that, and I think there will be a kind of connectivity instantly through the Game Pass to it. I'm not sure exactly how it will work, but I've seen and heard a few things coming out of Microsoft Studios about it, and it is definitely going to be very enjoyable, and it is going to be a very good way through which streamers and gamers will be able to connect to others, people who are into the same game, people who live worldwide, and then exchange views and thoughts on all of the activities. I think I want to see how all of that will work and operate, but we have also some indication that the Game Club is going to be a fun and very exciting new way to bring Xbox ambassadors and the broader Xbox community together around specific games, encourage sharing those unmistakably fantastic moments, and then promote discussions around it. So it's a bit like a book club for games, and it's all powered by the Xbox Game Pass. If you were going to different book clubs in the older days, you'll remember there'd be a promotion of a particular book, and people will get there in order to attend the promotion. After that, they'll get together and they'll talk about all the other books they've read, the literature, and all other unrelated and related subjects. So it's the same sort of thing, it's just run online. And so if you have Xbox Game Pass, you are going to have everything you need to be a part of this game club. The Game Pass is fundamental. On the Xbox Ambassador app, you will be completing certain tasks, and therefore all of these tasks will be aligned with the games that are currently recommended, and those are the games that will be the focal point of all of those discussions. It's a bit like attending a promotion, just like I said. And the Game Club is open to all gamers, but as an Xbox ambassador, like myself, you'll get the most out of it with the ability to gain XPs, which is very, very useful. And unlock rewards simply by playing, sharing and discussing games in Xbox Game Pass. I have to say, Microsoft have become more and more generous with their rewards. I quite enjoyed during this year things that I acquired, and I think with the way things are progressing, we'd like to see many, many more. We get a lot of freebies, we get many games offered on really low prices. I'll give you just an example. Saints Row number 4 re-elected was offered for free play during this weekend, and I've never played the game before. I actually didn't know much about it overall. I did look at all the previous Saints Row games, and I think I played number 1 and number 2 on 360, and I just tried it. It was part of this week's free play. Loved the game. It literally grabbed me straight away as soon as I opened it, and it was a bit like a combination of Fallout and GTA. Like, those two games together are very, very visible in the in-game mechanics. You have a lot of driving and a lot of unpleasantries taking place without kind of a real-life simulation. And then in addition to that, you will get also a sci-fi element, which in fact reminded me a bit of Gears of War due to the way the characters, the aliens, looked like. So it's 3 things in one, but it's very funny, it's very grindy, it's got lots of different tasks. The audio visuals are absolutely fantastic, second to none. They actually look a bit like Fallout 76. If you play the game, you will recognize it immediately, and I loved it. So I played it really on Saturday and Sunday quite a bit, and realized that the time was up, no more free play, and the game was offered on a kind of special discounted price through Games with Gold, which is what happens every week for those games offered on free play. And guess what? It was offered on $3.75. $3.75 for a game with such massive content. I've looked it up on side missions, and they had, I don't know, 70, 100 side missions. It was just unbelievably lengthy, and some of them were grindy. You had to have, like in Destiny, have certain special abilities in order to complete. And I tried one of them. I was really struggling, and realized I didn't actually unlock the high jumps, therefore I wasn't able to complete. So it's that sort of game, right? And my point is, offered free of charge, you tried it, you loved it, and then it's offered on a very discounted price. I think it was 85% discounted. Bought it straight away. I've got it now on my console, and I'll be carrying on with the gameplay outside of my broadcasting hour whenever I can. Really enjoyed it and really loved it, and that is a very, very community-friendly approach that Microsoft had embraced. I have to say that in the past, some of the prices I thought were not particularly amicable compared to PlayStation, even like 3 or 4 years ago, but things have changed very considerably. They operate the pricing strategy which is similar to airliners and buses. You need to be checking it at all times, and you're getting every day certain titles offered on good prices. The overall change happens on Tuesdays. This is where you have the new things coming in, and it's the best if you really have a good look on Wednesday morning, and then place some of the items on your wish list, and then keep checking throughout the week for any other newbies coming in. It also depends whether you're looking at it on your Android or your console, because algorithms could detect different games, and I've noticed that a few times where I didn't get some of the puzzlers and some of the smaller, quirkier indie games on the console, yet they popped up easily on my Android. Anyway, that will be resolved with xCloud. We'll get everything exactly the same across all platforms. So very, very important way of generating interest, gathering thoughts, and I think the Xbox Community Game Club, if an appropriate investment is given with maybe some live streams and live participation will gather pace. It's all down to that degree of investment, and I think Xbox will have to embrace Twitch as the main streaming console, because all they had with the Mixer literally didn't work out. It was a disaster on the financial front, and also on the technical side of things the platform didn't deliver at all. I used it for about 6 weeks earlier this year, one problem after another. Although it was simpler to use than Twitch, it was easily installed and played through a console, but there were many technical problems with the playback, and most importantly it wasn't always recording a broadcast, which meant you could spend 6 hours of broadcasting and then you would get nothing in return right at the end where you want to share it on YouTube, and that's utterly impossible. In addition to that, you always had to be downloading the file, which is massive, of 6 hours, and then uploading it manually to YouTube, which is just a non-starter compared to what you have on Twitch. So from my point of view, the development of Community Game Club will absolutely be dependent on what we get in terms of the streaming platforms, and if they embrace Twitch, which I think should be the logical step, then we are going to be getting many more new people. It needs to be properly integrated, basically. That's what I'm trying to say, for Microsoft to be introducing the Twitch streams in the same way as they were doing it with Mixer in the past. And you've seen that the figures for people like Shroud or Ninja had dropped 20-30 fold. It was just, it was initially they'll join them, but very few people watch the stream. So coming back to the Community Game Club, so they started in August, so it's already about two months ago, and they introduced a number of games which were basically given per week. So we've had Halo on the 3rd of August, we had Grounded on the 10th, Golf with Friends on the 17th, The Descendants on the 24th, Tell Me Why was on the 31st. I actually participated in that, and Tell Me Why is a wonderful, wonderful proprietary Microsoft exclusive. You should really all play it. It's got a beautiful story, very similar to Life is Strange, and definitely does have the auspices and the atmosphere of Twin Peaks. So principally, if you want to be participating in the missions, you will have to be one of the Xbox ambassadors. You'll have to download and play the game of the week. So every week there's going to be a different game, and very clearly labeled on your platform. Then you can participate in LFG, which is basically joining Xbox LFG to set up a partner with like-minded community members. Then you will have Xbox Play Dates, which is once a month. Xbox ambassadors host the game and people can participate. And I've been participating in quite a number during this year. So you need to really keep an eye out on who's participating live, who's entering the arena, and also on the members who will be just chatting over other platforms like Facebook and Twitch and Twitter and all other platforms they use for the comms. So sharing is the other thing which is important. So it's not only playing of the game appears to be most important, but sharing your experiences and greatest in-game moments will help other gamers discover the magic of each week's titles. So for instance, you have activities, you'll be watching Playhost stream. So Xbox Ambassador streams have daily shows hosted by Xbox Ambassador Playhosts. It's a small number of people and they're all Xbox affiliated one way or the other. I mean, people who are kind of working for the corporation rather than small streamers. Playhosts are all about being welcoming, having fun, playing new games, wanting to learn about the game that you never played before, and you can really find out more about these guys and their regular schedules excuse me, on Facebook and Twitch. The other very good way of doing the bonding is what I do outside of the forum, and that is basically sharing clips and captures. Clips I don't really make that frequently. We've had some clips of our joint celebrations when we completed a particular strike, be it the Nightfall or the regular Vanguard here in Destiny, and then I would post this to Twitter, so that would be viewed by other people worldwide. Most of the times I take screenshots, and because I take quite a few, it does take a while for them to be shared elsewhere if I want to share them on Twitter in particular. I'm not actually been sharing them on Instagram, I must admit, and The reason for that is rather simple. Instagram doesn't have the instant access there through the layout that you get on Xbox or PlayStation. You do get it for Facebook and you do get it for Twitter. So it's very easy just to click and you can put the message in there, and the screen capture gets posted to Twitter immediately with the clips. It's a bit of a different story because obviously you occupy a lot more space. They don't really show up immediately, but always a good way of sharing certain interesting moments. I find it a bit difficult to be taking clips at the same time when I'm broadcasting for obvious reasons, and we've been resorting to many screen captures. I did have quite a number of new friends and followers popping in who were admiring some of the captures and quite liked the activity, so that's certainly a very good way. And then the mission is to contribute to the conversation. If you are an ambassador, you will be connecting with other people's comments and views. And you know what? I've been reading Microsoft forums for quite some time, and I can certainly tell you that the discussions you get on, for instance, new inclusions or certain thoughts on a new game that's being released on Friday are very interesting. People really take time to write very good reviews, and you will get the gamers contribute a few sentences of very sort of educated thoughts and views and comments, and then others that write a thesis. But all of them are absolutely in sync with ethical gaming, and I've not seen a single comment in there that I would consider to be unpleasant, offensive, or raising eyebrows, so to speak. And these are the forums that we really want to be fully a part of. So I most highly recommend everyone to join the program and to join the Microsoft discussion forums that are affiliated or aligned with Xbox, and there will be shortly with PCs and Android as well. And then connect with others, because you will be able to find some really interesting gamers. I really have to say that people have taken a lot of time in analyzing particularly the new products, and I learned a lot from reading some of these reviews, perhaps a lot more compared to the reviews I get in online press. And online press is suffering tremendously from two major problems really. One is that nobody gets paid. That's the biggest problem of all. So people don't have the sense of dedication and responsibility. Secondly, for people who are wanting to build a portfolio of good reviewing work, they find it really difficult to manage the time. Too many games coming out which are offered with lots of activities, like a massive big volume of stuff you need to do. Think of Anthem, for instance, and they just skim through it. They're literally not doing the game in a way as it's been built, and they'll race through certain sections without following instructions, and they will not get a very good view of what is actually happening there. That's absolutely not the case with some of the dedicated gamers on these forums, who will never write anything about the game before they at least completed a section, and that means most thoroughly. Don't forget, there are lots of gamers out there who are perhaps a bit solitary, that do not belong to various communities, but they really spend the time collecting and completing, and they find really very good ways to which they will share their views in some of these forums. And I think generally, if I'm to be honest, Microsoft forums and those on Reddit do appear to be perhaps most educated. On Reddit you get sometimes the comments which are not 100%, but with these on Microsoft, everything is absolutely legit, because obviously these forums are policed very carefully and moderated, and secondly, people know that if you did something which was very unpleasant, you will lose the access to the service for life. And I think that's just the way it should be, don't you? You want to be behaving the same as you would in the public, out there. It's just absolutely regular, right and proper that you should be adhering to ethical gaming and doing everything that you would like others to do to you, rather than the other way around. So if you want to contribute to the conversation, then basically you can foster game-specific discussion with either your own or larger Xbox community. I actually tried to do that with my community here, and it's been a bit difficult because people didn't really contribute to either the blog postings or some of the other things on Twitter and all other forums. But it depends on how big a community is. Also depends on age. If you're a young streamer and a young gamer, then you'll have a completely different sphere of interest, and you'll be able to attract different types of gamers who are perhaps competing. Others want to look for squad mates, the third lot, and maybe after future partners, and there's all kinds of things which indeed can be discussed in a very buzzy, funky way that appeals to everyone. I think for us mature gamers, we've got a different perspective, and our forums are a bit more kind of long term and dedicated to the overall overview of the activity that perhaps is seen as old school, maybe a bit scientific, maybe a bit stern to a degree, so it doesn't have the funkiness, I got this new outfit and look at my weapon, that sort of thing. But nevertheless, I think equally interesting for those who want to learn. So that's definitely one of the ways of doing it, and from Xbox forums, and these are very, very good, I have to say. Xbox forums, you'll go to the forum on Microsoft, and you'll find it straight away with lots of different entries. One of the good ways is simply when you want to join the ambassadors community, you can create a posting for yourself, you introduce yourself, and then you will be automatically pegged there for all the other inclusions. So you'll get to know many other people who are also becoming members and people who are doing their own gaming. They'll introduce themselves, talk about the background and that sort of stuff. So a very good way of finding a way in. And then you have also Discord and Twitter. I have to say there have been some problems with Discord recently. Discord is a fairly new kind of engine platform that people have been using, and primarily people who on the PCs more than us who are on consoles. And I've seen recently from two of my streamer colleagues who are based in Scandinavia, who worked very hard to build their Discord communities, and they became partners due to the interactivity and the overall participation, that they've lost the partnerships because the community participation was dropping. And I think that's very, very unfair, and that's something that will be affecting the quality and the numbers of people using the platform overall, because there's nothing worse than spending an enormous amount of time to build your community and get to that partner level, and then suddenly you're being depleted of the ability to participate. And still, Discord remains one of the main hubs where people meet and discuss different things. We've had invitations in here as well to join. I have my Discord channel, but I've not been using it at all, because I think being overly spread out through Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Discord, you lose focus. You've got to have one platform where you communicate, and principally this is what I do here live. Why do people listen to John Kennedy, previously of XFM? Why do people listen to John Peel? Why do people listen to Question Time? They'll know that within that live environment there are going to be discussions, interactions that will be of interest to them there and then, rather than being spread out everywhere. So I think that for me is certainly the benefit, and therefore I've not really been spending a lot of time on my Instagram and Facebook for gaming for that reason alone, because I think if we are running live broadcasting here, why on earth should I be just spending all of my time writing up about what I've done here live when in fact you can watch it? So anyway, just my own personal way of thinking about these activities. It's very important that you keep up with activity elsewhere, but that needs to be all siphoned off to a degree in order to bring you interest for your live broadcasts. So I have like one major hub and everything else supporting it through some degree of communication. Up to you really, if you are an avid writer or an avid tweet, a person who kind of likes tweeter. That's the word, isn't it? If you're an avid tweeter, then you will be connecting with others with lots of different tweets. And I did see from some of my colleagues that they were absolutely, completely burnt out after a few years, thinking, well, all of our time's gone in there, and what's come back in return? Well, it's unpredictable. It's a bit like when you're a performer. You go on stage, you do your very best, and people don't like it. Sometimes you play a terrible show, everybody's in awe of it. Yeah, it's just the way people are. What I'm trying to say is spending thousands of hours on Twitter or Facebook and creating interesting postings may not guarantee a return. You may not get people coming in with equally interesting, engaging views, coming back to some of your thoughts and feelings about a particular subject. It will be dependent on other factors. the most important factor which I experienced certainly through my online activity is your own prominence. Your own prominence. If you are very prominent somewhere on other forums, if you have a name for yourself, if you're getting exposure, people can see you elsewhere, they will want to be acquainted with you, assuming that you are a celebrity. And that's one of the reasons as to why some people buy the followers. But that doesn't really work. He can tell you that you have 50, 60, 70,000 followers, but in fact the interactivity in the channel is minimal or non-existent. This is as to why the corporations and the big firms will always have the upper hand. They will have the capital to support the marketing budgets, to be present everywhere, adverts, jingles, you name it. But for small streamers, what's important is to build your own community, maybe a few dozen gamers who kind of absolutely love what they do, and all of them then using the same forum in order to dedicate their time, their passion to what they like doing the best, and sharing that with others. You see, the key there is you have 2 dozen people, 1 dozen people on your Twitter, or your Instagram, on your Twitch, any of the platforms that constantly communicate every single day about what they've been doing, what they love doing, how they felt about it. They will attract other people's comments. That's the way to do it. It's not about the number, it's about the quality of that communication. I think Microsoft are trying very hard to do that here with the Xbox community club and that, and I'm kind of looking forward to see how it is going to be evolving. There are lots of possibilities there, but I just feel that there isn't enough investment. We have all of that given and left to our own devices. I think if you had a better integration through live broadcast, then we would get a lot more responses and things would kind of progress forward more rapidly. Maybe with a new console, we need to see. And don't forget, these forums are altogether fairly new. For a young person of 18, 5 years ago is like eternity, right? But for us, more mature chaps, we find that 5 years is a very short period of time, and that's as long as we had Twitch being one of these sort of very influential forums. It took off in 2015. I met with some of the executives last year before, went to their new head offices in London, New Oxford Street to be precise, which were absolutely gobsmacking, very similar to although on kind of miniature scale, to Facebook offices, and I was very, very impressed. And they told me they simply couldn't really believe the demand that they acquired in 2015, which just kept growing and growing, and they didn't have the capital or resources to suffice the interest that was coming in. Hence some of the problems and the forums being not properly policed and all the bullying and everything. But they're investing more, and things are progressing. It always takes a bit of time for the management to catch up with that kind of rapid technological advance. And I think Twitch really had revolutionized the gaming community, and not just in terms of being able to see what the game looks like, but it's more to do with the capacity to interact. We've had so many people coming in on Twitch and then joining our Destiny community because they were looking for others, and there's no better forum to do that but Twitch, because it does have the greatest number of followers, participants and contributors. There are many game creators, there are many broadcast creators, what they call it, this is a particular term now, suddenly escapes me. Content creators, that's right, content creators. There are very many content creators on Twitch, and it's an ideal forum to find out more about a particular game, ins and outs of it, and you can talk about anything. Generally, we try to keep it very much here on my channel video gaming related, so we are not kind of drifting away from the overall experience. I know I've had some people from the US coming in and attempting to talk about politics and the party politics and that, and I just had to cut them short because this forum is not for that. We can talk about collateral, about how, for instance, a gamer is affected by the current recession in the US or the pandemic, but to be discussing party politics in a forum which is non-political and family friendly, unfortunately I can't support. If I start running other forums dedicated to politics, well then obviously we'll do it there. You see what I mean? It does have to retain that degree of focus. Politics could very well be part of the relationships that are emerging between, let's say, Microsoft and Bungie and Bethesda in view of the acquisitions, and that is the kind of politics that we'll discuss here. Anyway, contribute to conversation, and that's what you can do here on Twitch. You can do that through Twitter, and most importantly, you can do that through Microsoft forums, Xbox forums, as well as through the Xbox Community Club, Game Community Club. So remember that you can join in, and I want to invite everyone to join the Ambassadors Forum, as soon as you can, if you are on Xbox. If you're not, you can still participate. You can join some of the forums, and you can still tell us a bit about your experiences. And if not, through Microsoft forums, you can always come here to Twitch, or you can throw us some messages through Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. We'll be able to embrace. There are some proprietary games to Xbox, games like Gears of War, Halo. So therefore, you will need to be a member. You will need to be in possession of the console in order to play these games. But there are also many other ones which are cross-platform and accessible through PlayStation and PC. And also, as you know, we have now PUBG and Call of Duty Mobile, so you can always pop in and talk about your experiences. Personally, I'm always very excited to see here on Twitch other gamers who've tried Call of Duty on other platforms, and they'll tell us all about it. And you know what? The games actually do function differently on various platforms. I thought it was all going to be the same, but when I started experimenting with it, it was very, very interesting. I did detect that some games, like for instance PUBG, would work a lot better on one platform. For me, PUBG worked the best on mobile initially, and it wasn't as good for me on the PC or indeed PlayStation or Xbox. Xbox, in fact, was the worst out of four, and they did throw in some enhancements. Eventually the game began to work, but in recent months it's gone absolutely abysmal. Not sure whether that's been the case on other platforms as well, because I've seen one of my contacts from Sweden. She's a pro streamer, and she does PUBG 24/7 on her Twitch, and she was really complaining about the tech side of things, and she always streams off a PC. She said really things have gone really bad. There's not enough investment. They just forgot about all these things that were previously very, very smooth and perfected. So things could change. Anyway, the idea is we are progressing towards the era of cross-platform access. I've got everything set up in here to stream either through PlayStation or Xbox. So if we have our veterans coming in saying, we'd like to join you, can we do it on PlayStation, although you are on Xbox today? No problem at all. It takes literally less than 5 minutes. We just disconnect the broadcast, start the new one, and we do it off another platform. So remember that. If you are a member, if you're watching us on various platforms today, do not feel shy to ask, because if indeed you are going to be asking, then we will be able to provide that degree of interactivity through the platform, which presently is not switched on. I've got everything connected to my setups. It's very, very easy, easier than ever before for me to switch from one platform to another. But you know what? I'd like to keep it kind of platform based if possible, and also like to keep the membership solid, meaning if we get 2 or 3 people joining us and we want them to be on our team for a little while rather than 5 minutes. I had a few people popping in recently asking, can we come in, and then they departed in about 10 minutes. That's something that I do not appreciate. We want our community to be as engaging as possible, and also to provide some degree of continuity for everyone who's watching. So it's very easy to find what the ambassadors are. Highly recommend that you crack on with that. You can just go to Ambassadors Forum on Xbox, on Microsoft forums, and you'll get all the information. In addition to that, I need to tell you I'm doing Xbox Hall of Fame, which is our current competition. We are all doing it, and so far so good. It has been giving us some rewards. I acquired, I think, 500 Microsoft points after I completed, can't remember how many, but gamer points, and now I'm doing the one which goes to 10,000 gamer points. I'm absolutely not going to be reaching it. I have a limited amount of time every day through which I can engage, and I'm also streaming Destiny. Destiny is giving me absolutely no achievements compared to all the other games. I'll stream like 20-30 other games, I probably would reach it in a week, but that's not possible in here. You know that Destiny is giving us rewards and achievements from within, so the trophies and achievements that we get otherwise are not that many in number compared to what you get within the game, and it's done in purpose because everybody wants the guardians, the gamers, to be grinding in order to achieve those heights from within the actual title. And I invite everyone to join Hall of Fame, and you'll find out how far you get. 10,000 is the current level that we need to achieve, and if you are considering it, I would just like to recommend you to look for quirkier titles, platformers, and some of the shorter, older games that will give you very, very many achievements rather quickly. A short game you'll wrap up in about 3 to 5 hours, and you will get lots of achievements together with it. So that is basically a target-based approach. If you are after these achievements, don't try grinding Red Dead or Fallout to Destiny, because you will not be succeeding then in the Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame is about the numbers, it's about the quantity, it's about how many games did you play. So if you play short games, evidently you can probably amass anything between 25 to 50 in no time. If you're doing Destiny and Fallout, you'll have just about 2. Alright, so the time is progressing to the activity that we like doing the best, which is video gaming online. We'll do some more sessions of our season of the Lost. I had some very, very good tips yesterday from our friends. I'm very, very privileged to have a very good community of Destiny veterans, and our friend Deployman was saying that I need to be doing the other option of the Infinite Forest, because the one I tried to do initially was taking a lot longer, and I couldn't get all the chests and reach the level through which I can claim all 3 exotics. So I think today we'll try the alternative option suggested by him. I'm quite curious to see how this would work, and I think I also want to be doing Gambit instead of the Crucible in order to collect my deciphers, because the Crucible was not kind of performing on the tech front yesterday. I played quite a few matches, but the first 2 matches were absolutely insane. In 3 minutes they were finished. Lord Shax was calling it because the opposition was within 3 minutes reaching 150, and we were like 35. Well, you could tell straight away there was a serious server problem. They were getting too many kills and too quickly. And I had like 2 or 3 games like this right at the beginning. So I thought, hang on, if it carries on like this, there's absolutely no point in participating. It was like literally very, very bad. So I'm hoping that perhaps with Gambit it will work better. And our friends yesterday told us it was a problem present worldwide, and they just avoided PvP this week because of those technical issues. I believe the technical issues are linked to the works done on Beyond Light, because the world of Destiny is being adapted to all that is to follow, so that must be the reason, and we have to be patient. The only trouble there is we need those deciphers in order to unlock the chests in the Infinite Forest if we want to get these rewards, and I think it's 15, 35 and 50 I think that we need to be unlocking in order to progress upwards. And this is like what they call it, triumphs. You have 3 different triumphs. So that is what we are going to be doing today. It may come across sometimes as repetitive, but such is the season, and we want to get the very best of it. We want to get the best rewards. I wanted to rerun through the season to get my pinnacle weapons, and then go back to all the quests that are being left there from my previous activities. Quite a few of those are related to the 4 planets that will be disappearing in November, so my priority is certainly completing as many of those as possible. Maybe I'll rope in some of our veterans to help me. Maybe we'll have some lengthier sessions towards the beginning of the next month to make sure these are completed. There is never ever a better way of doing it, by doing it together with somebody who completed the tasks and who knows exactly what you need to do. And that's exactly what I've been doing in the original game as well as the sequel. Have some really very, very good friends who were able to help. I really miss Flying Pirate. He has been not present, I guess because of the change of schedule, and I have the schedule which is now delivered later in the afternoon. Previously we were doing it early in the day, and our friend from Las Vegas was able to contribute when he was off work. And it's the time difference and everything else, which is obviously of great importance. I thought by doing the broadcast later in the day, I'm making it more easily accessible to our West Coast friends, but that isn't necessarily always the case. And from my personal point of view, I may have to kind of change the schedule back to the old, which would be starting at 10 o'clock in the morning or even earlier, because of everything else that I need to be doing. Doing the broadcast from 2 to 6 for me literally rattled my daily schedule, and I find it really difficult to go to bed early and do my regular sort of thing. And as you know, video gaming, particularly looters and shooters and FPS games, they really kind of wake you up. So for me, doing them at night, late in the evening, is never an option. It's just a completely wrong thing to do. But doing them early in the day is always a possibility. So that is what we probably are going to be doing from next week. Still considering whether that schedule would be better suited, because I have to say the schedule I've been running recently had not really worked for me, either in terms of the community membership, i.e. getting the new followers and new contributors, nor did it work in my daily routine. So everything always has to be fully reviewed, and just like anything else in life, if you're constantly looking at it, reviewing it, you'll find the best possible way. Because you know what, people's schedules change, people change, things change. Think of the life we had in, let's say, October of 2019, compare it with the October of 2020. It's just a completely different world. We didn't have this pandemic, there was no global massive recession which is taking place at the moment, and we were just in a completely different space. So you can't predict, but you've got to be able to always look back, examine and review. Alright, I'll take a short break, and after that we'll crack on with some activities in Season of the Lost. So get ready, have a cup of tea, have a breath of fresh air, and then we'll carry on with our Destiny World adventures. So as always, what we'll do first is we'll go back to the tower, we'll sort out our admin, we'll decide on all other things that need to be done before we depart for our first adventure. Today it is going to be Gambit. We are not doing any of the Crucible, and that will be the next step. So get ready for some fierce firefights and all else here in our Destiny universe. Alright friends, the time's come for us to do some admin, some sorting out, and to get ready for some serious action. Alright, so let me see, what do we have first of all here with us? Picked up quite a few items yesterday.
Never forget that.
Falling Guillotine I picked up, so that was very good. Falling Guillotine is one of the best swords here in the game, similar to Dark Drinker. It needs to be properly modded as well to get all the abilities. Very good against bosses and swarming enemies because it spins compared to the rest. So we got 1020, 1020, and this is 750 interference. Well, we don't really need that interference.
Will always triumph over the darkness. I know it.
This ghost has been enabled. We've got this mask. We don't want the Ego Talon 750 either. Wing Theorem 1024. Let me see whether we can fuse. Wing Theorem we pick up really frequently, so we can. Well, that's very
Just
good.
browsing, are we?
So let me see.
Experimenting with darkness.
So
Is a
1024
dangerous
it
path.
is.
I don't know that it is worth the risk.
So that's significantly upping it. And we'll have 1027 already there. 1017, that's
Help
1019,
me through this.
1020. That probably will need the enhancement core. Upgrade module. Yeah, I don't have it.
Zavalla and Eris must understand.
And then we'll
But they are
have...
fighting for the same side.
Wait a minute. Yeah, this would be ideal, wouldn't it? That's 1020, that's 1024. So we'll dismantle that one. Dismantle that one.
Maria, Carlos,
1019.
help me through this.
1020, 1021, 750. Well, these ones we have already in the vault. These ones, right?
I
That's
never thought I'd
1021.
live to see the
Okay,
darkness
probably
return.
can keep that for the time being. I'm just getting a bit greedy. I want greater leap than 1 or 2 points. I want, you know, the leap of about 5-6 points to make it really a bit more worthwhile. So these are really grindy tasks. 1017, 1021. Okay, we'll get rid of that one. Tethering Void. Tethering Void could probably go to the vault, but it's 1022, so some of the armor in there is, well, better quality. I mean, greater strength to what we've got already. But I don't have any enhancement cores, so that's the trouble. I can place some of it in vault,
Nice surprise.
and then we'll crack on with some fierce activities. Let's see. In the vault. Right, so let me see in here. That ballyhoo is absolutely spare. We don't want it at all. And then optative 1018. I kind of prefer to have automatic rifle, sniper rifle. Every waking moment. I'll keep this here for the time being, I think. Full guillotine, we have Mosipok rocket launcher. Get rid of that one, keep that one on. And then in here we'll have, it's 1017, that's 1020. Okay, we'll keep that just for the time being. 1024. Faction boots 1021. We'll keep this, and in here we'll just stash this one in the vault. No, actually, I've done something wrong. Apologize. we need to enable a different ornament, because today we'll have a different mask. We were using this mask yesterday. Don't forget, you'll be able to pick up some of those masks as rewards, and also you can buy them from our friend Ava. You see today something a bit more exotic. Let's see, Shack's Varix mask. Let's see, Varix. Make a nice change. Then you'll have the design, absolutely terrific. The piece as well, really my personal favorite. The chest piece is Sovereign, but we need to increase the power in me. Really odd, looks like a meat cleaver, but all the colors are beautifully blending. Look at the colors. Very nice. Okay, so that's sorted. We are done and dusted. Need is we need to. I think we just had some shaders there last yesterday that I had it.
Checking.
Stand corrected. We have one enhancement core. We have quite a few candies in there. Scout rifle, and these ones we'll get rid of. I don't really want any of that. I really want like 25 already on some of the rolls. Nature of the beast. Needs to go to the vault. Yeah, okay, well, these ones we'll need to put in the vault as well. Need to be picked up for the inventory as well, but let me see whether this hand cannon has been acquired before or not. We'll, taking a little while, isn't it? Yeah, it's always a bit grindy. I've had some messages recently saying, "Oh, it takes you a long time to do your admin." Well, that's, it's just the way the game is. If you don't do your admin properly, then you're not really enhancing your character, and you're missing out on quite a lot. I've seen a lot of people skipping all that needs to be done on particular armor, and with modding they just ignore it. And well, the fact is, you can ignore it. You still have some abilities due to your power level, but there are certain activities like triumphs and just what we are doing, the Haunted Forest, that will require proper modding, and you really can tell the difference when you're approaching the bosses and the enemies, what the difference is. So it's kind of activity specific, really. Nature of the beast. I'm curious to see whether we already had it in the vault from before. Look at this. The number of items is rapidly increasing. Kind of reddish, wasn't it? Better devils. Yeah, we did have it. Nature we did have. I want another enhancement core. Let me see if there is a double somewhere. Probably not. The boots. Don't see any doubles. And oh yeah, there is one. Look at this. Simulator robes. Looks like everything else is sorted. This is from our friend Ava, and then we'll go to the pick up since yesterday. So let me see. 20 out of 20. Okay, so these ones have been completed. Warlock Slayer completed. So we have here strange coins, another one, sweetest. The other two, please, maybe. Yes, we can.
Safer with you.
Yes, yes. Anything else is vegetable from the lot. No, I do not have anything. Okay. Well, we'll go to the part 4.
Housing, are we?
It will be always a very appearance to do it again. Annex. At once. All of that will be very, very good. And you know what? I fancy some biscuits. I've had my snacks earlier. I had my cheese and toast, my Welsh rarebit, my breakfast earlier. But yesterday, football, I lost. My Croatia lost. Team he had yesterday were absolutely abysmal, and the fact in such a good team as done, that's exactly what happened. The very best team on the planet. They played last as with Portugal. They had 4 chances in a game, 2 were sitters which they missed, and the other was best, but just, you know, slightly unfortunate. No, it's an exciting England against that we got here. We
Looking for guardians. You in?
Gambit's always looking for guardians. Well, we'll pick up. I think I've got these ones in the not in the vault. Well, it's all vanity in dark times. Let me see. Points.
Right?
And we are already.
Your brother?
Is the
It's
vision up there?
Slay any
Just
hive
spotted it.
gods lately.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Synth recycler at some time. Long boy specialist. Yes, we are sorted. We need to be getting the priority, remember that. Been grinding for a few days, going to the crucible. Fire, it doesn't seem to work properly. There's a technically, and we've been Gambit will be, you know, equally, and at us with Disciples. We want as many as any have got. I did pick up some yesterday, but we completed that. No, we don't have all the chests. The chests are obviously in the Haunted Forest, and we are hoping that the chests are going to be providing us with 2 pinnacle weapons. So once we complete the pinnacle weapon, he stopped. Is everyone else doing? Right, so that's of no interest whatsoever. Watching it on my massive big display here on Sony Bravia, absolutely loving it. Gambit it is. I could have really gone to the Drifter first, but doesn't matter really. Get double points in there.
My programming tells me it is a very nice day.
Can always go back. Alright, so that's Gambit Prime, and that is the usual Gambit and Musta Reckoning. Private match. Yeah. Let's crack on. Who loves Gambit? I certainly do. I played it a lot when it launched. I really loved the activity, and we had a lot of fun. I've done less so in recent times, and I guess I need to really reacquaint. What better time to do that but during the season? I'm curious to see what Disciples will get per match, because the Crucible had been very stingy. Very stingy. Yesterday I got hardly any, and on the day before I did pick up about 8. Well, I completed the first tier with that Cash Triumph, so I still need to complete the other 2 in order to get my exotics, and you know, we'll just keep doing them up to the point where we acquire those exotic weapons, the pinnacles, but I'm not 100% sure how long we'll need to be grinding before the first one pops up. We'll see. And we'll do also the Haunted Forest today differently, as advised by our community members yesterday. They said it was a lot better if we did it to the second option. I can't remember now what it's called, and I thought, well, that seemed harder because there was no matchmaking. But I'm curious then to see how powerful I'm going to be, But before then, I'll need to infuse the weapons, so I'll need to do everything possible to get the enhancement cores, and we want armor to be a bit more powerful, as we already have items that will enhance it to 1024 level, I think. Now I'm gonna have some biscuit. So what do you reckon? Who's gonna be winning? Kel's grave. I hate that place. I hate Kel's. But you know what? It's really gone quite cold outside. Last night was about 4 or 5 degrees. It was really cold. Cold at night. Slept pretty beautifully well.
Enough fooling around. Falling on the horizon.
Amazon Prime Videos and Netflix really are
Hey, you're gonna love
my greatest bedfellows in recent times, gotta tell you.
One desperate house. I like it. Get ready for transmat. Give me those.
There we are, we're ready.
I promise.
Incoming hostiles at the canal.
Incoming hostiles at the canal. Yes, indeed. Just pick up one. Let's try our guillotine. Oh, I don't have any ammunition. Silly.
Incoming at the slums.
Yeah, I much prefer it to the Crucible. Yeah, it seems to work properly. Compared to the Crucible this week, which is obviously not working properly. Cotton malts needs a bit more. Bit rusty really on PvP in Destiny, not played it for a while, so you know. Rusty just about everywhere now. Played PUBG or Warzone,
Vader incoming.
because really it's a bit like playing football, you know, you don't practice every day. You lose touch.
Hostiles at the pit.
Candles.
Your ally neutralized the invader.
They neutralize the invader. Good. Stronger. Well, that's a bit unfair. I work really hard.
Portal is primed. Lock and load. Your allies invading.
The other chap just snatched everything I acquired, you know.
Incoming hostiles at the canal.
How many have I got? 6. Okay. I want a bit more than 6. Okay, yeah.
Your allies back. 3 kills. Hey, your team has enough to pull a primeval.
Right.
Portal's up.
Go take them out. Your allies invading the other side.
Hang on a minute, where's the portal?
Hey, you've got enough to pull a primeval? Bank those motes.
Yep.
Almost time for a primeval.
Oh, look at it, he's
Build
taking
that
it all.
bank up.
Boo.
You're nearly there. Fill the bank.
I nearly
Get
fell.
that primeval up. Woo! Your allies back and they just wiped out the entire ocean. You summoned a primeval. Kill the
Oh.
boys and bring the house down. Invader on the field. Careful.
Lost all of those knights now. Never mind, my team's doing well.
Your ally.
It's been neutralized a few times.
Envoys in the dirt. Now kill the big guy. Watch your back. Invader incoming.
Invaders incoming.
Hey, easy there. You got him.
I got him, surprising.
Invader incoming. Your ally neutralized the invader.
I don't know what that was. Taken ban. Come on. Someone revive me, please.
Orders prime. Go make it now. Your allies invading the other side. Invader incoming.
Someone's hitting that from evil. That's annoying. Come on, lads. We need to destroy this primeval.
Your allies a hero.
I'm surprised because I thought that
Portals up. Go look in the eyes. Allies headed to the
falling
other side.
guillotine was going to be causing a bit more damage.
Invaders here. Brace yourself.
I was gonna revive him and then he went. That's annoying. Why didn't he wait when I was really risking my life? Ridiculous.
Invader down.
Shouldn't bother.
Your allies a hero. Primeval's dead. Nice.
Primeval was defeated. Okay. %28 of the damage to Primeval, so I'm not bad. I've given like a third of the damage.
Your team's looking good.
Season rank up. Let's see whether we got
Opposing
some
team's
seasonal
awful.
rewards.
Just kidding.
Is there a
Get
reward?
ready to drop.
Nothing. Okay.
Let's get back to it. Get those moats to the bank.
Right. Actually, I didn't see whether we picked up
Hostiles at the pit.
any ciphers. don't believe it. So now he's collecting all of my modes. Thank you. The lag in here is affecting the modes collection. It's very severe. So where do I go from here? I got it. New collected. I collected a few. And you died. I forgot about that.
Hostiles incoming at the slums.
Right. Okay. A little bit better this time, I think.
Portals up. Go look in the eyes. Small
Go
blocker
look
to
in
the
the
other
eye.
side.
Well, this one destroyed.
Your allies invading.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I nearly was ejected so badly. Nearly went into the abyss.
Take and run popping up on the enemy side. Good. Your allies back with 3 kills. Yes. Incoming hostiles at the canal. Portal is
Okay.
blocked. Lock and load. Your allies
Incoming
invading the other
hostiles.
side.
Standing now. Oh, there. Yeah, well, that's very far.
Your invaders down, but they secured 2 kills. Decent work.
I got my super.
Got
Very good.
enough to pull a primeval. Thank those modes. Invader inbound. Huh. Bank and you'll summon a primeval. You want to win? That's how. Invader down. You're clear. You summoned a primeval. Kill the eye.
Ah, my modes. Boo.
Invaders here. Brace yourself. Convoys 8. Now devour that primeval. Enemy invading down. Thanks.
Oh, it's still immune.
Invader incoming.
Oh, go away, Fury.
Portals up. Go look them in the eyes.
Can't look him in the eye.
You gained the lead. Invaders off the field.
I don't believe it. Why did he not die when I shot him from such close range?
Teams behind. Your allies invading. You're in the lead. Take down that primeval, and this damage...
Take down that primeval, but I haven't got any super, unfortunately.
You're behind.
You're behind?
Neutralize the invader. Portals up. Go take them out. Your allies invading the other side. You're ahead.
Come on.
Yes, sir. That's what I call hunting.
Yeah, we got him. With the probably some super. Completed one bounty by the looks of it, so that's not too bad.
We're gonna talk about that fight all the way over in the Tangled Shore. Soon as I tell him.
I got 32%, that's good. That worked. Infamy rank is up. Got a reward power weapon in there, okay. Don't need that power weapon, I need deciphers. Did I get any deciphers or not? Probably none. Man, that's really stingy. It really is. 2 matches, no deciphers. Well, we'll wait. I've just seen we had yet another person trying to sell us some products, selling services that will give us followers and subscribers and what. Can you please all refrain from doing this? It's against the channel and Twitch rules, and you will be banned for life if you're discovered to be doing this. So I really wonder why people do this. It's really so annoying. Almost every day I have a few people coming in trying to sell us such so-called services. If we are doing our broadcasts, we are not going to be buying our followers. We want followers to come to us because we provide interesting content. But they have bots that do that. And they do them on computers, so... Fortunately, I have moderators that really spot this immediately and deal with this. This Gambit's taking a while to load. Is it that many people are doing it? Well, I'll do another lot of Gambit, but if we're getting no deciphers, no choice but to go back to the Crucible. So that is annoying. I thought Gambit would be perhaps a bit more generous, less stingy, less scroogey. But so far that's not been the case. We played 2 matches so far and no deciphers. Very disappointing. You'll be familiar with the Valor ranks. You get them on Gambit and Crucible. The more you grind, better they will get, and you'll be collecting better loot. So remember that. Maybe that's the reason why I'm not getting anything, because I've not done a lot of Gambit in recent times. So the game's kind of penalising me. I don't know. I like the ship with that Talon's coat of armour. Couldn't remember in the old days who Talon was. I just remembered I had a coat of armour from a fallen guardian, and worked it out after listening to some of the speeches and cutscenes, as well as the armour. I have to say the armour, Eagle Talon armour, is absolutely awesome. It's a terrific looking armour. In fact, frequently I'm more concerned about the appearance than the mods. But I shouldn't be really, because the vast majority of the pieces, even the most beautiful looking ones, can be modified. It all depends on what mods you collected or purchased. And you know, it's a good idea in essence to be grinding in order to get mods, but I think there comes a cut-off point where you really don't fancy doing it anymore. And they may be inventing new mods, and I don't know. Maybe taking it too far. It will depend on who you have in your team and how you organize your games. That is the most important thing of all. If you're doing it just with randoms, you get fed up. If you have a steady crew fully on board, you do matches on a regular basis, then every game is a new day, really. And that's exactly how it is in some of these PvP matches. Well, in tactical, I would say, but with death matches, for me it's less enjoyable. I'm not really keen on death matches overall. It's just all about adrenaline, speed, you know, bang bang bang, so to speak. If you're doing it tactically, we've done Call of Duty Cold War the other day on PlayStation. Played it during the weekend. I didn't like the fact I couldn't download it in advance. It was just really ridiculous. And the same thing's happening this week as well with Xbox. You can download or preload if you purchase the game. If not, you need to wait for the day where, and that's going to be on Saturday, I think like 5 o'clock or something in the afternoon, which for us in the UK really wipes out probably 1/3 of our time that we could have spent really doing the beta. So, but one would say it was really good. One map was very tactical, and you could really strategize even with some of the random gamers there. So I really enjoyed it.
All right, Mavericks. Ready to
Quite a
see
mixture
what
of
you're
maps.
fighting
You know, you
today?
can have randoms, so you can really settle
Bring it
for
so.
one that really suits your interests the best. And I'd go for the tactical maps more than
Think you could eat a hive night?
the tight deathmatch
Those are the
ones.
questions you ask yourself, Frontier.
I think 3 maps I've done, they'd be like literally 2 opposites, like really tactical and really tight deathmatch, and then one in between. That was my experience of it. But it did feel a bit of a
Coming at the cabin.
repeat experience, because but an alpha had very similar maps. Right. What is going on? I appear to be really slow in there for some reason, don't know why.
Incoming at the gulch.
Silly exploding through all that. Cornered me. Well, this is like really buddy-buddy. You saw me and you didn't revive me. You just literally raced through me. Well, that's really very unsporty. I have a problem with that.
High value target. Burn it down.
There.
Hostiles incoming at the depot. Portal's ready.
Frequently,
Go say hello.
when I'm
Sending
about to
small
deposit
block.
my mods, then something happens and the portal goes down.
Allies headed to the other side. Your invader is down. Pulling them back.
The lag is about 2
Portal's
seconds.
ready. Go say hello.
That's annoying. Nuts.
Invader on the field. Careful. Incoming at the gulch. Almost time for a primeval. Build that
Almost
bank.
time for a primeval. What's going on?
Invaders off the field.
Ah, lost it all. God. Lost it all. Such a shrieker.
Hey, we've got enough to pull a primeval. Bank those moats. Your
Why is the
allies
shrieker
invaded.
not disappearing? What is going on?
You're close. Build a bank, you get a primeval. Your allies down. Took someone with them. Almost there. Build a bank, summon a primeval. Opposing team's got a primeval. Once
Finally.
it dies, they win. Invader incoming. Portal's up. Not out of this yet. Build that primeval.
Invaders incoming.
Your team's behind. Hey, it's like dirty. I like it.
Ah, what was that? He's got my sword as well.
Vader inbound. Primeval
Oh, this stupid invader killed me. Boo!
Portal's up. Go take him out.
Sniping or whatever.
Vader's gone. Get him next time. Allies invading the other side. Vader on the field. Careful.
Oh, there's no ammunition on this silly weapon. Both of us got killed. Look at this. Come on, somebody needs to revive us. Where? What's happening to the rest of the team? There's one person in the team reviving, everyone else asleep. There's one invader really causing trouble. Invaded me, killed me already about 3 times.
You're being invaded. Find them before they find you.
Yeah, we're nearly there though.
1 minute remains. Portal's ready.
Don't believe it. And I missed him also, my grenade went astray.
Your team's behind. Invader's gone. Get him next time. 30 seconds left. Primeval's dead. Nice.
Well, that's good. Must have been killed by somebody super. Well, I have to go back to the Crucible. I'm getting no rewards in here. I'm grinding this and
Your team's
I'm not
hit their
getting
stride.
anything.
Opposing team, pull your socks up. Get ready for transmat.
No deciphers.
Keep your guard up, brother.
What was it
Hostiles
doing that
brought
for
their
then?
heavies to the field.
Why is that we're not getting any?
Incoming at the gulch.
I mean, Gambit is one of the activities allocated for this. Where's he gone now? Gonna revive him and he's gone. Stronger than me. Two of the shrieks and
Watch your back. Invader incoming.
well, the enemies are quite strong, that's the fact. Quite a few of us are getting killed.
Hostiles incoming at the cavern. Invaders off the field. Portal's up. Go take them out. Incoming at the gulch.
Incoming at the gulch.
Your allies back with 2 kills.
So where is this?
Bank and you'll summon a primeval. You wanna win? That's how. Portal's primed. Go make a mess. Hostiles incoming at the depot. Your allies invading. Get those moats to the bank. It's time for a primeval.
Yeah, I haven't got any more.
Your invaders defeated. Bringing them back. You're nearly there. Fill the bank. Get that primeval up.
Two mods collected.
Summon the primeval. If they kill it,
Crazy. Should have had like 10.
you're close. Bank. Summon that primeval.
Save my super for the primeval.
Not out of this yet. Kill that primeval.
I've got the primeval up, I think.
On the field. Careful. Allies headed to the other side.
Okay.
That primeval's compromised. Hit it with everything you've got.
Silly invader attacked me again.
You'll get 'em next time.
But I did manage to inflict some damage on the primeval, so that's good. That's the idea.
Portal's ready. Grab your gun. You're being invaded. Find them before they find you.
That guy keeps invading all the time. You're like, what is it, 4 against 3? Come on, we need to win this.
Your allies invading. Invader down. You're clear. You're being invaded. Find them before they find you.
Come on, just a little bit.
1 minute left. It's close, and that's it. Opposing team took out their primeval.
I don't believe it. I got 30% damage on the primeval, and the only thing that was to be done was to be using super on the primeval, you know.
Push hard.
Ah well. Looks like yet again I had no rewards, which is really annoying.
Transmat firing. Portals up. Go take them out.
Back to the Crucible after this match is just a complete waste of time.
Watch your back. Invader incoming. Lead you.
I don't believe it, that primeval is taking no damage.
Invaders off the field. Primeval comes.
Need to hurry up.
Take it out. You lost the lead.
Probably lose this.
You're in the lead. Take down that primeval, and this gambit's yours. You lost the lead.
Again.
Invader incoming.
And no one's reviving either. So what is going on in here?
Allies headed to the other side. Invader's gone. Get him next time. 'em.
That's it, we won. That's good. And that's surprising. Got candy. Oh, go away. I can't believe that we haven't got a single decipher now after all of that.
So fast. It takes work to lure these guys all the way out here to fight you.
%40 damage on the primeval. Well, it doesn't seem to work. We need to go back and focus bond. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. And ranks in Gambit. Go away. I want those deciphers, nothing else. Well, a lot of people complained about how stingy the game was, but I think in the Crucible list I was getting, if I play 6 matches, I would get probably 4 to 5 of these. I mean, 5 is alright, I think. So it looks like it's gonna be the Crucible grinds. We've heard that some people are also grinding adventures and patrols, but I think the Crucible is probably the fastest, well, from my experience. From what I've gone through so far. I complained how little I got in there, but now I have another major complaint. Gambit is giving me nothing, giving me all kinds of rewards that I want to have. Let me see. Hawthorne's Field Forged, 20. Right. Vinegaroon 1022. That's not too bad, we can infuse. Falling Guillotine 20 and just 22. Okay, that's not too bad, this could do. And that's 21, 26 even. Well, that's really cool. Can definitely infuse that. see. 26. Ah, haven't got enough. Never mind, we'll get them in the crucible. Or if we do the the Altus, that might be even a better one. Dreambane. Actually, we'll do the Altus rather than the crucible. Try that. Come on, what's happening? Oh, we can have variety. We can do a bit of Vault, a bit of I mean, the Altus. What am I talking about? No Vault. 24, 21 is out of the way. 19, 20, 17, 24. Chiron's Cure. 19, 21, 21. 21, 20. Apocalypse Bond. Okay. No. We got Apocalypse Bond already in the vault. I did get some bounties completed, so it wasn't altogether an empty run. As you could see, we'll have Do It,
You too, Maria.
Apocalypse Vibes and Interference, chocolate coins, chocolate coins, chocolate coins, chocolate coins, getting plenty of these. Fair enough, that's all good. We can still pick up some bounties from Ava, I think. We'll do a bit of the Crucible as well, I think, with a few matches. Seasonal is up, so maybe we are getting a reward. I think there is that engram. I think there is. Well, yeah, there is. The money can go. We need to go to
If I could help you, it would be
our friend here, Tess. You know how to
Always
get it.
something new at
checking
Everbuzz.
for packages.
Can't believe it's already that late.
Our inventory is stocked, so no
God,
rush.
I'm late again today. I mean, honestly. What's this? Oh, Blood Runner. Blood Runner vehicle. Cool, that's good.
Anything for you.
So, Blood Runner vehicle we've got.
Bad man.
Let's see. Resurrecting Flight. Blood Runner vehicle. Very good. That's very good. And what are the mods? Best possible performance. Oh, automatically loads your weapons. Very good. Destabilizes.
Not everything Fenchurch sends is safe
Okay.
to sell.
Hi again.
Looking for anything in particular, Guardian?
The first one probably looked the best. Well, there's so many shaders, you know, skins could be of all sorts. Maybe, hang on, this is not too bad. This is not too bad. But that one. Vanguard metal. It's all a bit too dark. I want something bright. Peppermint. Oh, look at this. Not bad. Quite like that. We'll take that one. And we'll put the vehicle
Don't know
on,
where my
so it'll
uncle
be
finds
a
it.
substitute for Resurrecting Flight. Blood Runner it is. Look at it. Looks good. A bit unusual.
Looking for anything in particular, Guardian?
Got something really worthwhile. likely to be yet
Underway.
again some other. Oh, we got some currency.
Transferred.
Some shade this
Whenever
we
you
don't
need.
bother with this shit. Started. Yeah, these are the dailies. Plenty.
So much safer with you
And
warlocks
we
doing
want to get,
what?
if it's not a single one. Fight Guardian. Faction reward. It's up all the time. I don't really want any more hungers. And boots. Right. So, cast
This was made for you.
solar.
Hopefully, this is
Bounty limit reached, but there is something I will not forget today, and that is light it earlier. So let's see, we have Boon of the Crucible. Should be able to use it. Okay. And we'll do that when we get into the Crucible. Once we have matchmaking, then we'll get it. And off we go, we look at the view, gather our thoughts, some matches. But I don't know why. Because I thought that if we were doing the Crucible, that we would get it, but a Gambit, not the Crucible, not that I need Crucible today. One bounties, alright, and these are the
Tower's
bounties
lost
all
good
nicely
people, Guardians.
lined up.
Help us push back.
I'll do it on another day. It's a weekly bounty, we can just do like a one-off and then get it. Map, destinations. Come on. Crucible. Control. Let me see whether I'll be able to pick it up now. I wanted to use all the consumables, but I wasn't able to whilst I was up there in the tower. Let's see whether it will work right now. Maybe. Maybe it will work. No. No. Don't know why I can't use these. I thought I should. Well, nevertheless. I knew you said something that was completely unrelated, but actually it's the Crucible, so I really want to see whether after the first match we're getting
Control.
some deciphers, because if we are, then that's just grossly unfair. No, I didn't really capture it either. Very laggy for some reason, I don't know why. Slide with a team should be up for longer than half a second.
Move in and take those zones. They are your life. You captured Zone C. Enemy claimed Zone A.
Literally just walk through.
Zone C lost.
Never mind.
Zone A captured.
What's that?
Enemy claimed Zone B.
Ich bin ein Groot. That? Bin Groot. 81. 80. Don't tell me to leave. Fat. Solid. Right. So far, nothing.
Zone B captured. You have advantage.
Like, I've hit him so bad and he lived. That doesn't work in the Crucible, and that's why I didn't want to do it today.
Zone A captured. Zone advantage is yours. Your advantage
that?
grows.
Still didn't
Stay
die.
strong.
The
Zone
other
C
person got
captured.
him.
That's a power play. You took them.
No, shot him in
Now
the
hold
back.
them. Zone B lost. Zone A lost. Zone B captured. Power play. You took them. Now hold them. Zone B lost. That's why we have fire teams.
I died before I heard him. That must be like 3-second lag. That's unfair. He was hit literally from above. He should have been long gone. The same problem like what we had yesterday. I'm playing with lots of German base players, and
Power play.
they seem
Enemy
to be
has
so much more superior
Zone
to
B
us. It's just
captured.
incredible. I didn't get one single kill in here. It's just unbelievable. Servers we are connected to, but it's just like really poor. To look for these other guys, because I've got my super. It's 2 or 3 of them together.
Zone A captured. You have zone advantage. 5.
Why is that they didn't die? I don't get it. The super didn't work. It was directed.
Zone A lost.
Then directed.
You captured Zone A. Zone advantage is yours. The rout is on! Finish it! Zone A lost.
That's just odd why he died. I didn't even shoot him properly. Must be lagging really badly.
Zone, you have advantage. Zone C captured. Zone B lost. That's a power play. You took them,
Where did
now
he go?
hold them.
Very odd. Two of them even. Well, in
Zone A
Germany they
lost.
have much better quality fiber and internet compared to us. And so there you go, you can see the difference. I need to prevail as soon as we finish the match. Just play against
Zone A
what's so
captured. Zone
superior
advantage
to
is
us.
yours. Hold strong, and this battle is yours.
Just a few more captures and points in it.
Zone A captured. You have zone advantage.
Captured already.
A victory well executed.
I thought the match was over. Still nothing. God. Says that I eliminated 8. I thought I eliminated 1. That's really bad. Now we need to get out of there and have another lot. I'm a bit disappointed, I have to say. All that grinding and not a single decipher. I don't know what's happening. And therefore I couldn't do the Haunted Forest even once. So what was the point of doing the whole thing today? It's just a bit naff. A bit uneven. A bit unusual. Gamer unfriendly. Did I really complete any bounties? I don't think I did. Probably didn't do anything. That was the super one, I think. Materials. Weekly bounties completed. Okay. Well, I launched my super just once, so that wasn't really sufficient. Need to do it again. So 2 of these. Oh, that's really beautiful, beautiful scenery from high above. Brought into somebody else's snatch. I really hate this. I really do.
Zone B captured.
What upsets me
You
is
have
I keep
zone
being
advantage.
thrown in with this German service and they're so much superior to us in the UK. It was the same thing happening yesterday.
Zone B lost.
German and Italian. Soccer girly. Okay.
You captured Zone A. You have zone advantage.
I was a bit slack really with the other two guys in that.
Zone C lost. You shut the enemy down.
Summoner. It's much faster than me. Cerberus is a bit swivelly and a bit recoil. You need to aim at the targets very precisely. It can be like already a couple of times.
You captured Zone C. You have zone advantage. Zone A lost. I've seen enough. I'm calling this one.
Here you can see the other team is, well, let's see. We're not getting any deciphers at all.
You can win a battle for territory. Again.
No, this is definitely not right. Something is not operating properly in here. The match was finished in no time and they raced to 100 far too fast. So that tells you all. It's the same problem yesterday. Exactly the same problem yesterday. I don't want to go into somebody else's match. That is the fact. I don't want to have a cup of tea. I played already 8 different matches, not a single decipher. This is definitely not on. There is a problem in there somewhere. Didn't really check. That's Destiny Stroke Bungie Twitter today to find out whether they reported any technical errors. But surely, after doing it that many times, we should have had a better experience. God knows what's causing it, I have no idea. I haven't been able to go to the Haunted Forest due to this. No deciphers, and grinding this and not getting it. It's very frustrating. You know, if we had just like 1 or 2, you'd say, well, fair enough. 6, 8, 9 matches played so far. 9 matches, not a single cipher in there. Is it decipher or cipher? I keep forgetting. But you know what I mean, the ones that will unlock There's chests in the haunted forest. That's very annoying. Watched lots of good films recently, and spread out on Netflix and Prime Video, Amazon. Watched Destroyer the other day with Nicole Kidman. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. Her performance, one of the very best compared to anything else in her career. She was almost like unrecognizable. I watched her in Bombshell, where she plays one of those anchors on US TV News, and you just wouldn't say it's the same actress. She looks so different. In this film, she looked very old and dilapidated and worn out due to alcoholism, drug abuse, and you name it. A detective where her undercover work went seriously wrong, and her partner and lover, as it goes, father of a child, another FBI agent, got killed, and all due to her and her ideas. And then yesterday I watched, what was it? I need to see now, hang on. I watched The Frozen Ground. The Frozen Ground is also a very, very good film, and Vanessa Hudgens, Nicolas Cage and John Cusack are playing rather strange characters in this very, very tough and gritty serial killer thriller based on real stories, sadly. Anyone familiar with that series of incidents in the border area between America and Canada will definitely recall the series of those ghastly occurrences from the 70s and the 80s. I thought they were all brilliant, they really excelled. The film is from 2013. If you have a chance, you can access it on Netflix. It's currently available, and it's The Frozen Ground. So I had really 2 days of police thrillers, and I thoroughly enjoyed them. On my Bravia setup, they look incredible. Better than in my Cinevolt, believe you me. The only difference is that in Cinevolt the picture is much larger, but I can't complain about 55-inch in here. It's just really top notch. Sony also have a fantastic color display, proper cinema black, so you can really enjoy the films better than ever before. So it definitely has been a very, very good time for me. Still have to catch up with the films that's accessible free of charge through the BFI player, and those related to London Film Festival, which is currently still ongoing. And then we have another selection for me to watch. For all of you watching, if anybody knows, just can you please tell me why is it I'm not getting any of those ciphers today? Played so many different matches, and so far I didn't get any ciphers. None. And I need them for the Haunted Forest.
Capture and defend, Guardians.
There is a glitch, then I need to know, because today's been really bad. It's the first day that we would have had no
Zone A
rewards,
captured.
and
Enemy claimed Zone C.
not sure what on earth is going on.
Zone B captured. You have
He should
advanced.
have died as well. He was literally on that.
Lead is lost, but the battle
Captain
is still
Jack
close.
says, bad. I can't see what that is. RNG.
In the lead.
I have no idea what it is. Hello, see you. Thank you for pop. Was appreciated. 9 matches. 9 matches of Gambit, and I had. To be fair, I did have one good reward, which was that mnemonic engram from Tess. Got a really terrific Sparrow, which I've never seen before. I was just seeing grindy and nonsense kind of thingy, you know. Because yesterday I didn't really enjoy the Crucible because technical glitches. I just played one on service and basically it was unplayable. They strolled in 3 minutes to one, and so I'm not sure what's going on. Loads of technical glitches in here. Don't know whether you've seen that in the US, but over here it's been really dreadful. But I want to get my exotics there because I didn't get them last year. And look at him. It's a bit slow, this guy. Captain Jack dropping in Gambit. Really? I had some conflicting information on
You're getting stronger as you
some of the online hubs. They said otherwise. They said any activity in Destiny 2 will provide. Not correct, is it? They said you can do the adventures and patrols and all sorts. No, so now I need to get rid of him. Shot him from such. 46.25. What's the time I wouldn't jack? 5 hours or 9 hours back. I'm like a sitting duck in here. I'm just being killed all the time. Bungie really said this last week. Yeah, last week they had lots of complaints that they're a bit less stingy compared to the way they were. Did you see those postings on Twitter? I was just reading them today. But so far, nothing in the Crucible. Back here, I thought so. Telling me about Baltimore. Yes. There's difference up there. $61.40. I didn't get anything at all. Just much superior to the other guys. The speed is just so much better than mine that I'm dying before even he. Very good, is it?
Five minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you can see this. I was literally already gone. I was behind the wall, and a stupid lag thanks to the BT. They don't want to die. I you know, have like 3-second lag. I mean, it's just not a match.
Three minutes left. You captured Zone C. Power play.
Oh, right.
Keep the
Just let me
pressure
see
on.
whether my super will work, because my super actually didn't work in the last 2 matches. Can you believe that? It didn't work at all. So I'm quite curious to see whether it will work eventually.
Zone C lost. The route is on. Finish it.
just really mind-boggling. Using a shotgun on me all the time, this guy. It's funny because all the wolves is off like a rapid automatic weapon, like 6 rounds rapidly. Like I can see it effect on any opponent. So there's no way I can get. Am I gonna be getting some ciphers in here is the question.
Minute.
I don't think I got like 1 kill.
I could not ask for a better victory.
Two ciphers after 10 matches. It's just ridiculous. It says that I eliminated 2, but I didn't actually see anyone being eliminated by me. I didn't eliminate anyone, so the stats are completely wrong. Right. We want to have at least 1 run on Haunted Forest, but if we got 2 ciphers in this match, maybe there is some hope we'll get extra 3. So I can have like 1 run. It'd be a bit ridiculous that we had a broadcast without 1 run on the Haunted Forest. We need to have at least 1 run per day. And we need to do it on that other mode, just like what our friends told us yesterday. And a bit stranded, really. And I have to say, doing the Crucible like this is really painful. It really is. It's a real drag. You really can see as to why other people are having 2 to 3 seconds supremacy, and it's just 2 seconds, I think it was today. Quite visible. In Gambit it was almost 3 seconds. I walked over loads of modes and nothing registered. Nothing. And the other guy picked up everything and he walked behind me maybe like 2 yards. So really odd. Sadly, such activities can't be easily played if you're not on the fastest speed, and that's just the way it is. I had our friend from Holland yesterday popping in saying, I'm actually very, very bad fiber. I have 25 upload. 25 upload is like a dream for us in the UK. The guarantee 15, even on the BT, which is the main, the most expensive provider. I just can't understand. I can't understand why. Why is it that in Lithuania they can have 1,000 uploads and in Britain we can have like 15? It really defies logic. And quite frankly, unless you really get our act together, we are going to be way behind on tech and on everything. The next gen consoles and equipment will all require fiber and above. And if we can't get it, then I'm just hoping that they may invent something else, which is like ultra fast Wi-Fi. That will be the equivalent of fast fiber. And altogether it is mind-boggling. I have no idea what's causing it and all, really hard to tell. Right, we've already been doing it for about 3 hours. I can't believe how quickly the time flies when you have fun. And we've had hardly anybody popping, Captain Jack and a few other guys, and it's been really quiet of late, I have to say. I thought that the seasons would bring in our veterans together, but that's not happened. Mind you, lots of people are very concerned about the lockdown and the situation as it stands. May not be the case for the very young gamers, but for everyone else who is in work, everybody is very concerned.
Control.
We are facing another major lockdown starting from Saturday. And some cities up north already had a full lockdown imposed, so very, very bad. Livelihoods will be gone, and the way the economy works is it's absolutely dependent on constant supply of money. If it stops for a few days, then
Victory demands it.
trouble everywhere. Oh, he's got a really good outfit. Look at that, a hunter.
You captured Zone A. Enemy claimed Zone C.
Glowing cloak. Solar grenade killed me.
Zone
That
view.
ridiculously fast. There's a grenade waiting for me. Nearly open up on their friend. Broken.
Zone B lost.
Sophies. Fiber than you. Before then, I am just a sitting duck, my friends. I am. Took so long.
Zone C captured. Zone advantage.
Probably launched because of the lag. Rage.
Zone A lost.
Still got one elite. Followed the one eliminated. Right, so
Your opponents are pulling away. Draw back.
yes they are, it's true.
You captured Zone B. You have zone advantage. Zone
It's
C
very easy to
lost.
go to, let's see. Oh, he did see me. Where's he gone? There. Why did he not die? Why did he not die? The whole magazine ran into.
Zone C captured. You
Ludicrous.
have advantage.
Falling guillotine.
Zone B. Zone C. You captured Zone B.
Oh, where did it come from?
Zone B lost. Power play. Enemy has your zone. Only 5 minutes left.
No, we lose. You know, massive supremacy of the other team.
You captured Zone A. You have zone advantage. Zone C lost.
Stupid lag. You see that? Super so slow compared to the other guys. So frustrating this is, I've got to admit, really frustrating.
Zone A lost. Power play. Enemy has your zones.
But you could tell that the guys, the opponents, they have supremacy with the serve axis. All of us, all the rest of us are just dying all along. Serious, this is absolutely... I didn't see him before I died. I was dead and I saw him coming. Let's hope we got some ciphers in there. No ciphers. Right. No, it's just not working for us. Not working for us. We'll go to have a variety. We'll go to the altars, I think. Let's see if we can get some stuff in there. No, we probably won't be getting in there. Right, so that is Orc Slayer. And that is Burn Bright. Thought there was another one. After all of that effort, 2 I picked up. That's ridiculously poor. That is ridiculously poor, honestly. That is ridiculously poor. Never mind. We all have to be patient and resilient. Well, if our friend Captain Jack is still there, I can tell you that they said that strikes and the Crucible and Gambit are the ones that are giving us the greatest number of ciphers, so there must be a discrepancy between what Bungie said and what's being said elsewhere. I need to double check, because I'm really angry that I've spent some time perhaps in an activity that's been labelled as gratifying and actually giving us nothing, so that need to really double check. And grinding the Crucible where it doesn't really work properly with the service is a very, very annoying, arduous exercise.
Enemy claimed Zone A.
Something we do
Zone
not
C
want to do
captured.
for too long. You see that? It's just so quickly killed.
Enemy claimed Zone B.
I've got to say it's been particularly bad really during the last couple of days. It has.
You've gained the lead.
You kinda laid.
You captured Zone A. You have advantage. The lock.
Got him. So that's very soothing. That's very rewarding. I bet he's in the
They
UK.
have the lead, but the match isn't over.
I bet.
Zone A lost. Your enemy has a power play.
Ah, way. He's chasing me. Zero lupus. Oh, that's not very nice. Or maybe if you out it terrible illness, then I did get him. That's because he's lagging. I didn't really shoot at him at all. I was just firing randomly, and he tells you what happens if you're lagging. Good to see that somebody else is suffering from the same problems. This isn't just me. Relieved. Ah, man, no reason very frequently I'm the one who's at the receiving end of all the other
The
guys.
enemy has gained
You
ground.
can tell this guy that he has a much better quality internet. They don't even require header shots. I died and then I had the shots, it's just crazy. So bad.
Zone C lost. Power play. Get those zones back.
And where was he? Botsy Bash. Well, I like that. He likes
Zone B lost.
bashing
Power
robots.
play. Enemy
the
has your
cheaters.
zone.
That's a good idea.
You captured Zone A.
Well, at least I captured it, El Jeepo. Pregnant grannies. Princess
Zone A
clan.
lost. It's a power play. Get those zones back.
No, he didn't get any damage and he was being shot in the head at least 10 times.
Zone C captured.
At least we're getting some currency, if anything.
5 minutes remaining.
No, he jumped. Okay, I've got to get 2 or 3 of them together. I couldn't see the balls in some of these other matches. One. That's too bad. Just at least there are some laggy players here in the opponent's team, so that's really soothing. I've already 108, and that's not due to the laggy players, it's due. And 3 guys in there, 4 guys in there, lagging. They're unbelievably fast.
You captured Zone C.
Rolling again. He is lagging, the Jedi. What's this? Chug 2.
3 minutes left.
That's that way. Come to and my internet bar here is bright red, which tells you as to why I do not do any raids.
Zone B.
Well, he's pleased with himself, isn't he? That Jipo. Nice to have that sort of advantage when you think you're like God. And then you start playing on the same setup with other people, you get obliterated. That's the way it is, my friends, that's the way it is. No, he just had to be chasing me. I guess he
Zone
has
A
it
captured. Power play.
in for
Keep the
me.
pressure on.
Because I eliminated him a few times. Excuse me. Didn't take much damage. Short.
Zone C lost. It's lost. And fight again.
Yet again, we didn't get any ciphers. None. No ciphers. I got to be grinding this thing, and it's just really killing me. The server that I'm using together, coupled with my internet speed, is abysmal. You could really see that the guy there, the Spaniard, he had 3-second supremacy. 3-second supremacy. It's just ridiculous. I mean, you would think of some lag, but 3 seconds is just a bit too much. And on my stream now, I can see that there's like a massive big lag. I need to really reload the whole thing. Mind you, they all did say that due to COVID pandemic, they do not provide regular maintenance, and then that really is another factor that's affecting PvP across the board. We've had the same problem with Netflix and with a few other streaming platforms. Twitch in particular, they have really terrible problems recently. And I had some emails indicating that people experience that on other channels, and it's unavoidable, you know. If there's this kind of threat taking place, there's nothing else you can do. Could you stream if you have no power? If we just had a major power cut? You can't, because you've got no power. It's just the way it is. But what annoys me is I've been grinding now Gambit and Crucible today for good 3 hours, right? In 3 hours, I got 2 ciphers.
3 minutes remaining.
That's just too poor. That's incredibly awful. And I'm being brought into somebody else's match, and I hate that. Look at it. It's probably the end of that match. As it is. Well, I'm not going to be staying in here, I can tell you that. On the other hand, I could have stayed because maybe there would have been some ciphers dropped, but then I just don't fancy doing it from the end. I've already done 140, so I would stay in a match for 30 seconds. No, I don't like speedruns and that sort of nonsense. It's not really my sort of thing. But technically this is shambles. I really worry about Beyond Light because it's getting a major advertising campaign through Microsoft. Almost as if Microsoft owned Bungie and Destiny. It's as big as that, and if it backfires on the tech side, my goodness, there's going to be really heads rolling. And I'm not confident, really, considering they're all working from home, that with that influx of new players on the 10th of November, everything would be hunky-dory. This is certainly not performing well at all. On the tech side, this is shambles. And you really can tell that certain players from certain countries are having a major advantage. Spanish, Italian and German players during the last 3 days were having probably 2-second supremacy above us in the UK, and by that I mean supremacy over the guys who are on the fastest fibre. With me, it's beyond comprehensible, really. So I have really poor quality internet in my area, and today I've died so many times before seeing the enemy and before hearing the shots. I didn't even hear, like Lord of Wolves. They used on me quite a few times in 2 or 3 Crucible matches, and you just hear like beep like that, and he would have fired off the whole magazine. I was dead, and then I had a beep. Didn't even hear the whole magazine. I know I'm complaining, a bit grumpy, because my problem is I'm grinding in order to get ciphers, and I'm not getting any at all. 3 hours of grinding for 2 ciphers is unacceptable. It's just completely ridiculously awful. And if that's the way it's going to be, then I call it quits. I'll go and do other activities. If it carries on for a couple of days, then I will just ignore the season and we'll do other things here. There's plenty to do before the 10th with all of the quests and some Shadowkeep activities as well. I'm not going to be grinding for a week to get 10 ciphers. That's just not an option for me. I'm not the kind of person who has, that type of will and determination, come what may. There are other games out there as well as other activities within this game. So 6 times today I was brought into somebody else's match in the Crucible, which is about to end. And I've heard from Bungie that they worked really hard on their matchmaking so that everyone coming in would be pretty much on the same level. Well, that's sci-fi. It's not really worked at all. We are thrown in with just about anyone, and the algorithm is selecting randomly, as it always had done. No change whatsoever. So they really need to sort it out. Maybe not today, but in a little while. I have to say that a lot of our Destiny veterans told me they've dropped, they're not playing the game. And that's deeply worrying, because the same chaps were really dedicated 100% to both games, and they said they dropped because there was just nothing to do, very grindy and repetitive gameplay. And that, they said, would have stretched from probably February of this year. And that's really disappointing to hear. You would expect everyone to, be elated about new activity, but we've had little new content, that's the fact, and that really has been upsetting everyone.
Capture and defend, Guardians.
I think from my point of view, my annoyance happens if there are serious technical glitches like what we are experiencing at the moment, and then there's suddenly, lengthy, everlasting, infinite grinds with no rewards. Well, that is not on.
Reclaim Zone A.
Yes,
You're
well,
falling behind.
Try maybe with my This looks like a good match for me then.
Zone B advantage.
Managed to get 2 right at the beginning, so that's been a good start. And complete. Yeah, you can see this guy is on the German server. Whilst the other teammates are lagging badly, the guys who got killed. So what kind of matchmaking is this? It's ridiculously awful. I mean, quite frankly, the tech does have the ability to detect, you know, what servers you access and what your speeds are. You see, this is lagging. I did it directly. I was randomly died. Not threatening either. I've played so many PvP matches over the years that I can spot this immediately. And it's much easier for me to spot now because it's a massive acquire recently and I can see everything in many details. Jump. If we were on the same speed, he couldn't really, but when I jump, he's shooting at the bottom. I'm dead instantly. Yeah, I already killed him about 3 or 4 times, this chap. I feel sorry for him because he's having the same problem as me. We are having the same problem just a bit faster. It's a tightly contested match, but looks fit. It's still enjoyable.
You captured
majority
Zone
today.
B. Advantage is
I lost the vast majority. That's super. I'm dead.
Zone B lost.
So I'm lost.
You captured Zone B. Zone advantage is yours.
Yeah, I didn't manage to eliminate him, the second guy there, because of that massive recoil. Well, he spotted me, killed me a few times with this guy. I think it's 3 and 3 with them, 3 lagging, 3 not lagging, being massively superior. From what I could see so far.
Zone B lost.
Penguin.
Zone B captured. You have advantage. 2 for 1. 5 minutes remaining.
You know, this guy, you know, is, you can see Italian servers, Italian internet beyond us, beyond our reach, killing everybody in there, compared to 3 of his teammates who are lagging pretty badly. Same guys killing me all the time.
Zone C captured. Power play. Keep the pressure on. Zone B lost. Your advantage grows. Stay strong.
Again the same guy. Annoying.
Zone C lost.
Well, we're still winning.
Zone
10
B
points, so-
captured. You have zone advantage.
Shot me
minutes remaining. Zone B lost. They've stolen the lead.
It's hiding. Should have been dead, shouldn't it? We need to get that control point.
Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours. Shut the enemy down.
I don't believe it. Why people not die yet again? 2020 is so frustrating. Really. Never ever get much frustration in video gaming, but the tech problems are driving
Zone
nuts.
C captured. That's a power play. You took them. Now hold them.
I died before I saw him. Go away.
You're falling behind. Zone A lost.
Looks like we're losing. One nation's been confident up the lead.
You gained the lead.
Still
Zone A
super
captured. That's a
ready to,
power play. You took them. Now hold them.
to do something
1 minute.
substantial.
Victory is all I ask. Good.
Two ciphers. Two ciphers. What's the time now?
Your victory gives the
Maybe
city
we'll do
hope,
another match.
Guardians.
Staying there. And then maybe we'll get 2 more. And then we call it a day, because there's simply no time to do anything else anymore. Just been, you know, a lengthy, grindy day without any major rewards. And that's really annoying. But to tell you the truth, I did have one good rewards from Tess. I managed to get a Sparrow and I equipped it, which is a Blood Runner. Never had it before, and I quite like the look of it, as well as the perk, which tells me that I'll have a full reload whilst I'm driving this piece. So you could see it looks very murky, very moon-like, very Eris embedded, but that's the best thing I had today. Everything else has been just utterly rubbishy. Nothing. Can't really remember, stop counting how many matches I played today of Gambit and Crucible, and no rewards. Just 2 lots of ciphers, so that would be what, 4? After playing what, 20-30 matches or something? It's ridiculous. Where is it now? 4 ciphers, look at it, 4 ciphers. Boo. Not funny. They need to sort this out, you know, they really do. Similar to the leveling up on New Lights, where you were able to progress with relatively few activities to the top level in no time. That's just not on. It's one extreme, you know, and from one extreme to another. That was progression too fast, and this is progression too slow, because I don't want to be grinding literally every single day of this month the thingy in order to get to those exotics. I don't care really whether I get them or not. If I had to be grinding every day like this, it's just not acceptable. I understand the logic behind it. If you manage to get your exotics on the first or second day of the season, what would be the point of grinding it later? I can tell you. They will need to introduce many more rewards, and you should have different tiers for the rewards, but none of them should be as grindy as this. people rebelled last year. They were furious. Do you not remember? There was loads of backlash on where are these ciphers. Spent all of my time looking for them, and I got like 3. So they said they would tweak the whole thing, but you know, didn't seem to work too well. I thought on Tuesday and Wednesday, I think, worked the best, but on yesterday and today certainly we had no joy. No, hang on a minute. Tuesday was it? Losing track here. Tuesday. Beg your pardon. We've already been playing the season for a week. I lost track of time. So it might have been on Tuesday. I don't know. During the last couple of days, there were a few days that really, the last couple of days were not particularly good.
Control.
Done this map earlier, and it was definitely not enjoyable. So I think this one's going to be the last match of the day. I think I've had it for now. And if I get 2 extra ciphers, I'll be very happy, because we'll be equipped for another run in the Haunted Forest first thing tomorrow, but not today anymore. It's just about enough for one broadcast and for one lengthy grind.
Take those zones, Guardian. Victory demands it.
Take those zones, Guardian! That's exactly what we are going to do. Why is there a chap not standing in here capturing the zone? Why is he lagging it?
You captured Zone A.
I should, so that's good. Alright, at least something.
Zone A lost. B. Zone A captured. It is lost.
We did not gain.
Enemy.
The last word, so effective with some of these guys and so dead. And my hands. Silly internet speed.
You captured Zone C. Zone advantage is yours. Lead.
Someone else. 5-time streak. His chat is superior. Well, if there were no tasks, then I probably wouldn't do PvP at all. I wouldn't do it
Zone A
because we get
captured.
lots of
You
tasks which are
have
PvP
advantage.
based then. Then on the other hand, depends on the game. It's doesn't have such profound effect, but definitely.
Your advantage grows. Stay strong.
And also I played Cold War. Call of Duty Cold War.
Zone B
Alpha and
captured.
Beta.
That's a
very
power
recently,
play. You
dependent on
took
how
them.
fast you learn
Now
speed
hold.
wise. The second lag, some of the maps, it was unbelievable.
Zone A lost. You captured Zone A. Power play. Keep
The other guys are
pressure
not
on.
capturing the zones, you know?
Zone
So,
B lost.
this was odd. I'm strange.
If you want it, this battle is yours. Take it.
He's lagging. That's why he's dead.
Zone A lost. You captured Zone B. You have advantage.
Should have also been gone. Here it should have been. The whole magazine went into him, but as it goes, he doesn't register.
Zone C lost.
He died a lot later.
5 minutes left. Keep it up.
Got 2 of them.
Zone C
That's good.
captured. Zone
Right, so it looks like we are winning. I'm going to be ending my broadcast on a high, so that's good.
Zone C lost.
Surprisingly so.
You captured Zone
There
A.
are
You
some other
have advantage.
laggy players here in the arena, otherwise I'll be experiencing the same fate.
You captured Zone C. Power play. Keep the pressure on. Zone A lost. Zone A captured. A well-fought victory. That's a power play. You took them. Now
Yeah, it
hold
was a good one. Lots of laggy players in there, you could tell. And I didn't get anything again. Well, probably had enough time for the last match. It was just one match. Leave it in there, hopefully that all the laggers will be present. The funny thing is that some of my opponents were indeed now in my team, the guys who were killing me all the time during the last match. So the game obviously mixed us all. That's going to be the last Crucible and the last activity of today for all that we have in my broadcast. We actually kicked off a bit later than usual today, so everything is being kind of delayed. And my day started late. Everything's been late today, so that's not really good. I like running my days early, but you know, the weather, the pandemic, the new lockdown, the new this and that, spending all of my time indoors. But when I go for my dinner, it's just unbelievable. It's been like this. Let me count. So it'll be 8 full months in this sort of isolation. actually hoped that we'd remain with another crew, but another lot that we just played against, but unfortunately, as it goes, the game didn't want us to do that, so let's see what the last activity is going to be like. Alright friends, the last activity of today, the last match in the Crucible, and then we'll wrap it up. Hopefully everyone enjoyed some of our activities. It's been good fun, but for me immensely frustrating, because then you got 2 ciphers out of all the matches I played, and that's just completely dreadful. That makes you, you want to tear your hairs out. Really bad. And I have no idea as to why that is, because it didn't seem to be as scarce early in the week. But there we are. It's my mask. I love my mask. My ornament is terrific. Wondering what it is, I'll show you.
And hold them to your last breath.
Right. I'm just praying to God that the reward is going to be there, so I'll get 6 after that lengthy grueling session. They're not dying. They're not dying. They're not dying. It's automatic weapon. Spraying the bullets all over them. They should be long gone.
The battle is still close. Zone C captured. You have advantage.
And I'm not getting my kills, Still they can see, but unfortunately on this very poor quality transmission, you probably can't even see that too well.
They lost. You captured. You have zone advantage.
Interference, look at that. Oh, we are massively winning. We must be much superior. Excluded. Didn't get a single kill. Low light. Well, I'm Daniel Light. There you are. Oh, he finally fell. How long does it take?
Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours.
All three of them there. I didn't have my super fully charged,
Zone A
otherwise they would have been gone.
captured.
Would have been literally a fantastic bang on shot.
Zone B lost. 2 for 1.
2 for 1 even. Well, they're catching up. Massive, and probably a new person got in. It's kind of supreme.
Zone A lost. Zone B captured. You have zone advantage.
Missed the fatality. Missed the got at least something. I was just at the super. Okay, so now I got my super, so let's see if I can corner all three of them and then get a nice 3-piece. Trying to be as precise as possible.
Zone A captured. That's a power play. You took them. Now hold them. The route is on. Finish it. 5 minutes
The
remaining.
route is on.
Zone C lost.
A super didn't launch. Silly lag. There's 3 of them sitting in there. All of that's so annoying. So what happened to that super?
You captured Zone C. That's a power play. You took them. Now hold them. Zone B lost.
Just a bit more. The other team must be suffering one way or the other on the tech side. It's a great discrepancy concerning the overall activity.
Three minutes remaining. Zone B captured. That's a power play. You took them. Now hold them.
We are
Zone
already
A
on
lost.
150, aren't we?
A victory well executed.
Okay, so that's another victory. Just give us some ciphers. That's what we want. Nothing else. No, we're not getting them. Yet another
Your
match in
victory
vain.
gives the
Really
city
annoying.
hope, Guardians.
Yeah, the other guys were lagging. You could tell straight away. Massive lag. Or there was some sort of issue there. I don't know what. I didn't think that one of them was that bad, really. Alright, so we are going to be wrapping it up. We've come to the end of our broadcast for today, and what we'll do is we'll go back to the tower, do some very, very quick admin. Back tomorrow afternoon. And that will be at 2 o'clock. Or I should say from 2 o'clock. We'll do another round of Season of the Lost activities. Quite eager to get those weapons. But I'm just sad that we're not getting many of our community members popping in. We had such a busy community early in the year, and today we're getting hardly anybody. And I really wonder whether it's to do with the content that I provide, or whether it's to do with the fact that you know, people just diversified. On the tech side, Destiny is not doing really well, as you could see. It's just infinite waiting periods. We probably are going to be now booted. We were to go to the tower, it's going to be a crash. Waiting in a complete darkness, not knowing what's going on. I have no idea what's happening. In fact, if these problems keep persisting, we'll have to migrate to maybe Destiny 1, because this is just not on. It's all happened after the season had been launched, you know, it worked perfectly beforehand. I'm doing it on Xbox Game Pass and it should really be the very best, but I'm not sure really what's the reason for that. Or I should say, not quite clear what the reason for that is. Must be something to do with the number of participants and the work which is being done on Destiny for Beyond Light. Can't be anything else, because we are literally coming very, very close to that date. It's just over 3 weeks before we get it. And I'm pleased to say that we are going to be able to stream Beyond Light on its first day. So for the first time since I joined Destiny community, I'm going to be streaming it and doing it literally from the day one. And what better day for that to be but the one when we have also the launch of the new Xbox console, and Destiny being the game that's kind of pegged to it. So that's really a very, very good day. In addition to that, I'll be streaming it as the xCloud Founder member, and that's really very good. So we'll have to see whether any of that will be done on the 10th or not. Very unlikely. I think the proper xCloud services will proceed much later, but I look forward to it. I look forward to that emblem of mine saying xCloud Founder member, because xCloud is the revolution. It's the next thing, really, the next gen type of invention activity, and once we all get into the gameplay which is transferred to the virtual drive, then, you know, the games and the gaming as we knew them will change radically. And I really look forward to that. I'm very much in favor of no geographic location on the overall activity of trading and doing everything else, because you can be living wherever you want and then you can do everything virtually, and that for me is absolutely extraordinary. Something I supported for the last 20 years or so. Okay, let's just quickly see what we've got. First of all, we need to decoy that one engram, so let's go to Master of All. The engram is there.
You'll return honor,
Maybe it will be a good one. After this lengthy grind, we'll have some upgrades. So that's 26 Sovereign Robes. Okay, we have Sovereign Robes, and the ones we are wearing are also Sovereign. So the latest one is, where is it now? Probably gone to the Postmaster. Well, that's annoying. Wing Theorem, 24, 26, okay. 21, 20. What's this? Wing. 22, 21. Stagnacious Rebuke, look at that. Assyrians 1. Alright, so in here 24, 23, 21, and this hood is 26. So that's pretty good. Dreambane. Profit, that's all beneath us, I think this is 24, yeah. So we'll get rid of that. So that's 17, okay, keep that. Sovereign, okay, that's that. Indeed, we have some weapons in there. It's 23, 21, 21, 20. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of that. And in here we'll have 22, that's 18. Okay, we can keep that. 22, Knowing Hunger. Okay, we can really infuse that Knowing Hunger. And then Falling Guillotine, that's 20. It's 20. Interference. 22 and then 24. They've done 24 if need be. Alright, so let's see what no, that's wrong. We need to see something else. I just remembered. After these lengthy grinds, I really want to get that one. No unlocks available. I want to get that Oppressive Darkness mod. I was just about to get there. We're just about to get there. Never mind. Pick it up some other day. Alright, so that's done. And then we need to go to our friend Katie. We need to see what Katie has for us.
Welcome back.
22, 21, 23 even. 22 we want. Sovereign 26 we want. Take that. Looks like everything's full. Now we have plenty of Sovereign. We have like 3 of those. Right, so let me see. That is Sovereign 2017. That's Ring Theorem. That's 26, and that's what, hang on. It's 26, so that needs to be infused. No rest for the wicked, we don't want that. Stamp, we don't want. Vermont. Chiron, we don't want. Cupbearer, we don't want. Nox Cordis, we don't want. Okay, these ones will be. And. Huh?
When I Maria, there was no one.
Nothing. We'll talk to our friend Banshee, and then we'll ask whether we can pick up some of. Hang on. Uriel's gift, or Uriel's, I should say. So that's all sorted. Okay, so we'll pick up one of these. Take it. One of these. Fine, and we probably will need 2 more. We can get some enhancement cores. The idea is to be raising the power level now. So that's 24, that's 26. Okay, so that's not a priority. Dreambane gloves in here, we have 17. These ones are 20. And these are 21, 14, so that's not the priority. 17, and this one here is 26. Okay, so we'll go to Sovereign, and we'll increase from 17 to 26. That's exactly what we'll do. So we've gone massively up. What's this? Global reach. Powered finish, shield break charge. Okay, doesn't need to look at it at the moment. 19, 22. Okay, and this one. So that's not that significant. 20, 24. So that's significant. So we'll do definitely that. Moss Epoch is the one that we'll use.
All runs together, doesn't it? Maybe just me.
Yep. $10.24, and then we said there was another one with another major upgrade. 23, 22, 22. That's nothing. So 18, and then this one was 23, 22. Well, 23, of course. We'll do that.
I won't forget everyone we lost. I won't.
Okay, so that's all sorted. We've gone up, I think. 29 it is, and what we do need to do is we need to go to the vault and then maybe dismantle a few things. So hopefully if we get one enhancement core, then I'll be able to increase the power on some other bits of armor. I just wanted to go for, you know, the biggest increments if at all possible. So let me see. Is there anything else that can go to the vault? I think there are some things like this one, the old-fashioned. 22, we'll put the old-fashioned in there. Tree Prophecy we'll put in there. Dire Promise we'll put in there. Okay. Optative is here, so that's fine, and then we'll have Knowing Hunger we'll put in there. Yeah, the fusion is quite good, actually. Sniper Rifle we'll keep. Dream Breaker, okay, these ones we'll keep.
I can help you.
Well, mind you, this one can go in, I think. Yeah, it's been modded. No, I'll keep the fusion rifle, I'm not going to change it. And in here we can Outrageous Fortune put in there, and Interference. What's that? Kill Tracker. Kaleidoscope, okay, we'll put this one in. 26, 24, yeah, this could be an increment. Dreambane 17, 20, it's not too bad. Yeah, 26, so this one, Ancient needs to go in, and Wing Theorem needs to go in. Hang on a minute. Sovereign? Yeah. And then the boots, and then these ones. We have 21 and 21. This one we'll put in, that one can be infused. Alright. So, now I need to see, do we have anything else that can be dismantled? Let me see. We do. Dire Promise. Right. And then we have these two. The old-fashioned out.
I can help you.
Toil and Trouble. Still no enhancement cores. I'm not happy about that, you know. It's like not getting many of them either. Another one there. True Prophecy. Yeah, that's cool. We got one. Dead Man Walking. And if we could get another one, we have two. That would be definitely very good. But I'm not sure that we'd have any doubles in there to dismantle, which is annoying. No, I stand corrected. We've got this one, Outrageous Fortune. And yes, we've got another one in there. Interference. Interference is a very good weapon. The rest is solid, all good, and I don't see any doubles in there, really, do you? These ones are not really doubles, they are, you know, different subclasses attached to them. See the boots. Yeah, we do have this Wing Theorem. Yeah, we got that. Doubles, and then not really. That's all pretty much in order. Go back to the first lot of weapons. Maybe there is another one that I omitted. Let me see. Lonesome. There, I did omit this one. Knowing Hunger. Omitted Distant Tumulus as well. But they are not giving me the enhancement cores. None of them. Sadly. Helmets are all in order. The chest pieces are all sorted. I don't have anything in there. That is doubled up. Not even boots. Boo! Or maybe, I don't know, Wing Theorem. Oh. These ones are doubles. Annika Seeker. Right. Strangely, they're not really bundled up together, so we can't really see easily if these are doubles. But fortunately, I realized that was the case. So still no enhancement cores. Right. Hero camo. Is that hero camo in there? No. Is that Victi boots? Yeah, that's about it. So probably just one more. Excuse me. Just one more enhancement. By the looks of it, and then that will be it for today. We'll see which one that is likely to be. Actually, I was able to pick up even the 2 of these, and the reason must be reduces recoil deviation for the weapon. Okay. Probably useful on my Cerberus, I have to admit. I'm not sure I can use it in Cerberus. Mod components. How many have I got? Hmm. 43. Okay. So that might be a good idea to acquire this one. Pulse rifle targeting.
Deal.
Quickly see whether we can. What was it called? Counterbalance stock.
Lost too much when the Red Legion hit us.
Counterbalance stock. No, we can't use it.
I can work with this.
Oh, come on!
Forgot what I was doing. No substitute for a full magazine. Nothing salvageable. What a mess.
Time is like a rose, that Lakshmi said. Whatever a rose is.
Gotta be a better way.
Stay here on Earth if you can. Less complicated.
Perfect!
Even undated computer languages are rich in temporal information. You can date a file by the symbology.
Some
it
requisition
uses.
from a warlock. Asher Mir? It's like 30 pages long, and I don't understand half of these words.
Every little bit helps. Trust me.
I remember this.
Another golden age blueprint for interplanetary orbitals.
All runs together, doesn't it?